Birmingham City Schools scholars learn to lead and serve. They travel throughout the country and around the world, excel in the classroom and on playing fields, tracks, and courts. The knowledge they gain leads to millions in scholarships. The lessons they learn today and nurturing they receive prepare our scholars to own businesses, star on stages, lead universities and corporations, impact our nation and our world. Birmingham City Schools. Success starts here.
Birmingham City Schools scholar athletes continue to receive accolades for their undeniable success and hard work.
Here are the 2024-25 Kuanas Club of Birmingham Athletes of the Year.
Inside the Harbert Center in downtown Birmingham, the Kuanas Club of Birmingham awarded 18 top high school scholar athletes from Jefferson and Shelby counties. 2 of the 18 were from BCS.
Boys Tennis Player of the Year, James Giles Jr., Ramsey High School. James has played #1 singles for Ramsey High School for 4 years with an 85% winning percentage his freshman year through junior season. During his senior year, he achieved a 90% win percentage.
James Giles Jr. signed to play tennis at Methodist University.
Well, I've been working hard all 4 years to help Coach Weaver and the Ramsey Athletics get tennis back to a place where it hasn't been in over many decades. And I'm hoping, and I think it will, that tennis will continue to evolve again back here at Ramsey High School.
James has, lit a fire and reignited tennis at Ramsey and brought new accolades, something for future players to strive for. So he set the standard high.
It's an honor for us to have a Ramsey athlete receiving this award. It means a lot to the school, to the community, and to James to receive such a prestigious award. So again, congratulations to James and Ramsey High School for that great opportunity.
Football Player of the Year, Jordan Crawford, Parker High School. Jordan, a defensive lineman, earned the 2024 AHSAA First Team Defense All-State Honors and was selected for the Alabama-Mississippi All-Star Game. He was named MVP of the 2024 AHSAA 6A Football State Championship and recognized as the Alabama Sports Writers Association Class 6A Lineman of the Year. A Rivals and On3 4-star recruit, he is ranked 5th nationally among 2025 defensive linemen by ESPN and listed in the ESPN Top 300. With over 40 college offers, he is an early graduate and currently attends Auburn football.
It means a lot. To be named Player of the Year. We know who's going to win it.
Parker High School's football team was awarded the Kuanas Club's Fred Singleton Award after winning its first ever state football championship in the school's 125-year history.
It's a blessing to be honored by anybody, and especially this club. It just shows what we did this year. They going green and the history we made. It's a pretty good year for us.
Former Birmingham Southern College and now Valdosta State baseball coach Jan Weisberg was the featured speaker and offered the student athletes well wishes as they prepare to play sports on the collegiate level.
Absolutely want to congratulate all of you student athletes for what you have accomplished. And I want to wish you the best as you move forward in a different and changing world of what a collegiate athletic experience will be. So many things are different now than they were just 5 or 10 years ago as you enter into it.
The Kuanas Club of Birmingham has recognized top high school senior athletes for more than 90 years. In Birmingham, I'm Fred Davenport, BCS Media.
I graduated from Woodlawn High School with 2 years of college credit thanks to the early college program. I am Destiny Nelson Miles, and at age 19, I graduated from UAB and started my finance career at Regions.
With specialized career academies, early college, career and technical education, and a rigorous curriculum, Birmingham City Schools prepares you for college, for careers, for life.
Birmingham City Schools. Success starts here.
My name is Christian French, and this is PD Jackson Nolan High School. JO has had many different seasons that I've seen, and it's constantly growing. Nothing is ever the same when you enter JO. it's always something new. It's always something you can experience, something you always learn at JL. And walking that stage just means I've crossed the path and I'm ready to further it in my work of art. I am a part of many organizations here like FCLA, National English Honor Society. I've been a part of the RTC program here. I was in Junior Achievement, and where we went into our feeder schools and taught them different mini lessons. I'm part of the art club, theater club, and I've been in all positions there. I've been a muralist in art, I've been graphic designer, I've did oil paints, I've been in competitions with art. And I had my first mural that's literally down the street at the Flourish building, and I have 2 more murals coming up. So thankful to Ms. Rogers for putting me on to that and give me so many experiences I never thought I would when it comes to art. I will be attending ASU, furthering my education with graphic design and media communications, where I get to fluctuate between different art mediums.
Ada Moody, class 2025 senior. Graduation is really very important to me. It's been a long 4 years, having to battle with academics and sports. I'm very excited to finally graduate and start my new chapter at Alabama State University. I will be majoring in physical therapy. Some of the big moments for me at Jackson Nolan was being a part of the English National Honor Society, signing the day next graduation. One of the biggest moments for me on the field, week 1 I had ASHA Player of the Week, game 1 versus Winona. Another big moment, track team at the Hewitt-Trussville Invitational. We set the 4x1 record, running the 41.8 in the 4x1 relay. My biggest inspiration while being at Jackson Nolan has been my history teacher, Coach Strong. He guided me the past 4 years on the field and off the field, teaching me how to be a great young man, and also my head coach, Co-Ed.
My name is Paris Johnson, and I am a part of the graduating class of 2025 at PD Jackson Nolan High School. To me, being a part of the class of 2025, it is very exhilarating. I have learned and grown and gained so much from being a student here. I'm glad to be able to walk across the stage and be able to be proud of myself for overcoming all the obstacles that I have faced. I am the president of Key Club, and so community service has really been a big thing in my life here, being here at PD Jackson High School. I was a part of the Academy of Health Science with Ms. McMillan as my teacher. It was really an amazing experience. I took all 3 courses. It taught me so many things such as medical terminology. We had our internships where we went to actual hospitals and we learned so many different things that you will actually need to have when you go into those career fields in healthcare. I have decided to go to Alabama State because I would be around more people who have the same mindset as I do, the same goals, come from the same struggles, and an HBCU was a very important decision for me. I will be going in to study for a major of social work and a minor in policy.
I'm Kamaya Curry, and I'm pleased to be a part of PD Jackson Nolan 2025 graduating class. This moment means a lot because the last 4 years have not been easy. During my time at Jackson Nolan, I've been honored to be a part of many organizations such as our band, our RTC program, and National English Honor Society. During my time in band and RTC, I have served leadership roles such as session leader and been on staff in RTC serving as S1 and S2. Jackson Nolan and Birmingham City Schools have set me up for success. They have taught me many leadership roles that have helped me in life, even helped me get an internship at the Birmingham City Hall, which I am also continuing during the summer, which will help me set me up for my oncoming career. My plans for the future are to attend Alabama A&M University, majoring in criminal justice and while minor in psychology. While at A&M, I will also be a member of the Marshall Marine and White Band. After graduating in 2029, I plan to attend law school at the University of Alabama so I can further my career of law.
What's up, everybody? My name is Kamora Osborne. I'm a graduating senior from PD Jackson Nolan, class of 2025. What it means to graduate from PD Jackson Nolan, it's a big milestone knowing that we experienced as a class a lot of setbacks and stuff that we had went through throughout the years. Me being one of the drum majors in the band, it taught me leadership. It taught me how to have compassion for people, learning how to overcome obstacles and get the job done at the end of the day. My career path is automotive mechanical engineering. I'm an ASE certified mechanic. ASE stands for Automotive Service Excellence. That is a certification that a lot of mechanics don't have going into the field. Having an ASE certification coming out of high school is a big deal. I will be attending Shelton State Community College, that is in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, majoring in automotive mechanical engineering. I also have landed an internship to Mercedes-Benz. Thanks to Mr. Presley, shout out to you, big dog. But thanks to Mr. Presley, I was able to already have taken some of the classes I would need to take at Shelton, so I would be placed ahead and I'll just be in Mercedes-Benz plant.
I'm Jason. I'm in the 4th grade. I love math. I am epic.
I am Evelyn Jones. I'm in 2nd grade. I love reading. I am epic.
Epic Alternative Elementary School, a 2024 National Blue Ribbon School. Our students thrive. Our teachers are committed to each student's individual success. We're producing future lawyers, doctors, teachers, engineers, and business owners too.
Birmingham City Schools. Success starts here.
My name is Stephen Lawson, a current senior in the Ramsey IB class of 2025. And when asked the question of what does it mean to finally graduate from Ramsey IB High School, I feel like it really can't be compared to anything else. As a little boy from East Birmingham, East Lake neighborhood, it's easy to get into things and hard to get out. Coming into Ramsey, my 9th grade year, I came from COVID year summer, and I really wasn't focused on anything academic or opportunity-based. Upon coming to Ramsey, I kind of fell into a hotbed of opportunities. I believe the most memorable thing about my experience here at Ramsey is just the opportunity to meet professionals inside the greater Birmingham area. So upon going to our 3rd year of Engineering Academy, we have the opportunity to get internships. The internship I applied for was with Pylon Building Group. And since then, last year, I've been there concurrently for over a year and a half. I've had the opportunity to really branch out. And those people that I've met at Pylon have had the opportunity to pour into me and build in me. The organizations that I've been most a part of have been the Ramsey Engineering Academy, NSB Junior, TSA, FBLA, and YAC, the Youth Advocacy Council, as a part of the Addiction Prevention Coalition. After Ramsey, I will be attending the Morehouse College in Atlanta, Georgia to pursue my degree in finance. And that's going to be a really good experience and going on an ROTC scholarship for the Navy.
Hi, my name is Forestella. I'm a current senior at Ramsey High School, and I'm so excited to finally graduate. This moment means a lot to me because I've been waiting 4 years and finally the day has come. Spending quality time with my classmates has been the most enjoyable moments. Every chance we get to hang out has been very memorable. Ramsey has set me up for success in so many ways. They have provided one-on-one help. They've always just been a lending hand, so whenever I needed help, I could come to one of my teachers. They've always been very supportive. I'm a part of the National Honor Society, Mu Alpha Theta, and as well as Key Club. In addition to band, I started orchestra my freshman year. I didn't know what to do. I just joined orchestra for fun, and I ended up building a passion for orchestra. I plan on attending a 4-year college. I actually just received a full ride to Berea College. I'm currently gonna major in psychology with a minor in law and ethics. My family is super proud of me because I'm a first-generation high school graduate, and I'm gonna be the first one in the family to finally go to college.
My name is Ryan Reese, and graduating from Ramsey High School is an extremely exciting moment for me. I worked so hard for this, and the work is finally paying off, and I'm just very excited to finally walk the stage. A lot of memorable moments came in sports, as I was a part of the football team when we won the state championship, but also just a lot of the times going on field trips with the Engineering Academy. It really helped me be the man who I am today. One thing I know I'm gonna miss for sure is the bonds and the friendships I made on the way, and I'm gonna miss my teachers that really helped me out. What's next for me is that I'm going to play football at Arkansas State University while I'm majoring in computer science. First, I'd like to give a shout out to the man above. Without him, I am nothing. Second, I'd like to give a shout out to my family, my mom, my dad, my brother. They've always been there for me. And I'd like to give a shout out to Dr. Walker because she always helped me out throughout all my 4 years.
My name is Murphy Adams, and I'm a senior graduating from Ramsey IB High School. Graduation means so much to me because my mom was a Ramsey graduate herself, and she really pushed me to do the best I could. My father, he graduated from West End, which isn't a high school anymore, and he's pushed me further than I ever thought I could go. I'd say the most memorable moment so far was participating in this year's talent show. I played piano, and I think I didn't tell more than about 10 people that I played. And to be honest with you, I just started like 2 months ago. I played Every day after track practice, I would go home and play the piano for about an hour, and I'd do some homework and go to sleep. And I did a pretty decent job, I'd say, pretty decent. But to show that talent to everyone and for people to tell me they liked it, it was a pretty special moment. While at Ramsey, I was a part of a few clubs. I was a part of the Key Club, TSA, the Chess Club, FBLA, as well as the choir, engineering, and for extracurriculars, I played varsity football, which I was a captain, and I ran track for all 4 years of high school. What's next for me after Ramsey is going to the University of Alabama in Tuscaloosa in the summer, where I will be double majoring in psychology and criminal justice. I have the aspirations to become a prosecuting attorney. Recently, throughout this last year, I worked with the 10th presiding judge of the Jefferson County Courts, Judge Elizabeth French. It was a great, amazing opportunity. I'm so thankful to be put in that position. And Judge French is truly one of the best people to ever come into my life. She's truly changed my life, and I appreciate her for that.
Hey, my name is Tamaya Perry. This moment means a lot to me because it was a point of time where I didn't have a lot of encouragement to finish school. It was times where I used to miss school and not come, be absent every day. It was emotional for me because I used to always doubt myself and say, like, can I get through this? Can I graduate on time? Be how my brother was. My mom, she was there for me every morning. She would text me when I woke up and send me words of encouragement to tell me that I'm almost done and I can get through it and graduate.
This moment is here. You're about to graduate.
Yes.
Are you excited?
Yes, I'm so excited. My next 4 years, I'm going to attend the University of Alabama in Birmingham, and I'm going to major in public health. I want to thank my mom, my dad, and my brother and my grandmothers for getting me to this point.
Hello, I'm Jennifer Gilbert, the Academy Coordinator here at Ramsey High School. In the Academy of Law, students engage in discussions surrounding legal topics, court cases, mock trials, visit colleges, network with attorneys and judges, all in an effort to better prepare them for their future legal careers. For more information, email me at jgilbert@bhm.k12.al.us.
I'm Kiera Williams. I graduated from Parker High School. I'm an RN in Women's Services. I interned with Birmingham Promise and graduated from UAB with the help of the Birmingham Promise Scholarship.
With specialized career academies, early college, career and technical education, and a rigorous curriculum, Birmingham City Schools prepares you for college, for careers, for life.
Birmingham City Schools. Success starts here.
These brilliant STEM scholars from Southampton K8 School were met with an applause as they walked into Renew Birmingham, ready to show off their innovative work.
3, 2, 1.
The scholars, along with their tech advisor, Ms. Tambra Clark, officially cut the ribbon this month for their new award-winning vending machine. It's called the Hygiene Hub, and it's no ordinary digital vending machine. The vending machine contains free diapers and feminine hygiene products for those in need in Birmingham.
I'm really happy that it came true, that it came to life, that everybody's going to be able to use it now.
It's definitely a reality. I'm so excited. I'm excited for the students to just be able to see this, something that they thought of, talked about, and to actually bring it to life, you know, and it just shows you all things are truly possible when you're persistent, consistent, innovative, and creative.
Now this is a story all about how we're breaking hygiene hubs for our town. We got a mission, so let's play our part. Let's break it down, let's make it smart.
This is the data-driven rap song the scholars used to convey their message about ending period poverty, which led them to win $10,000 in the 2024 All-Tech Innovation Challenge. The school was also named the Alabama State winner in the 2024-2025 Samsung Solve for Tomorrow competition, securing the scholars an additional $12,000 to help fund their hygiene hub. How do you feel about today in the Hygiene Hub finally opening?
Feel great. Feel awesome. Can't believe we really got it. We really did it.
It's important because the way it serves our community. It helps people that's low on these menstrual products and hygiene products. It helps them.
The vending machine will be housed at Renew Birmingham. Anyone who needs products from the machine will have to register at hygienehubbhm.com.
And then you need to be confirmed. Confirmed means coming down to Renew Birmingham, and an associate here will be in place between 9 to 5 all day. Come in with a picture ID. It does not have to be a driver's license or passport, but come in with a picture ID. They confirm who you are just that very first time, and that barcode is good for the life of however long you need to use those services.
This project wouldn't be possible without the support of community partners and the sponsors listed on the sides of the Hygiene Hub. In Isley, I'm Fred Davenport, BCS Media.
My name is Jacques Dean. I'm the construction instructor at Huffman High School. Our students are able to earn actually 3 credentials. They can earn a Home Builders Institute core, which is the beginner class. Then they'll work towards a carpentry one. And the third one now we're doing is the cabinet making. The huge benefit of these credentials are they open the door for our students when they apply for jobs. For more information, reach out to our counselors at Huffman High School or visit the Birmingham City School website.
I graduated Birmingham City Schools in the class of 2023. Our class faced many challenges, such as a pandemic, which taught us how to persevere. The administration at Huffman High School encouraged me to achieve. I enjoyed the rigor of the Academy of Architecture and Construction, as well as the courses in science and mathematics. These courses prepared me for Auburn University, where I'm studying biomedical sciences for a career as a molecular oncologist. Scholarships, the Birmingham Promise, and my Birmingham City Schools diploma have opened doors for a bright future.
Birmingham City Schools. Success starts here.
Jennifer Gonzalez kicking one of her final goals as a senior on Huffman High School's girls soccer team. She will be graduating in a few weeks.
It feels good, kind of sad knowing I'm gonna have to leave my team behind. But other than that, it feels good knowing I got through my 4 years.
When Jennifer joined the soccer team 3 years ago, the girls weren't performing at their best and had no real connection.
We were struggling a lot with team skills, like barely connecting passes. We were struggling to get a single goal.
Both Deandra Thomas and Genesis Osagueda share the same sentiments as Jennifer.
They weren't speaking much to each other on and off the field.
This year it got a lot better. Like now I see the soccer team as more of a family than just like a team.
It just got better when everyone just got closer to each other. Just really people getting along and just talking more.
The team began to see those improvements following the arrival of head coach Dente Daniels in 2022.
The first year when I took over at the end of that summer, we only had 10 girls. We were pulling players left and right. Each girl made upon themselves to bring one girl to tryouts, and we went to 32 last year, and now we have 40 girls. First year, before I took over, they only scored 1 goal. Progressed the next year, they scored 50, and this year we have 80. But that's done because of our team and how much we push each other.
We came a long way. We won 17 games this season.
Coach Daniels believes his girls deserve more recognition for their skills on the pitch. So he submitted 6 of his players' names to be voted on with the hopes of being named All-Metro. Soccer coaches from various schools will cast their votes for this month for soccer players from the Birmingham metro area, which includes Jefferson, Shelby, and St. Clair counties. Deandra and Genesis were nominated from Huffman.
I have 28 goals this season and 22 assists.
She's top 20 in the state. She's top 20 in the state in goals, and she's top 5 in assists.
I have 128 steals currently. I think that's like the highest on the team right now. And 2 steals and 2 goals.
She's about 5'11", pure athlete, and she plays center back, and you know she's a defensive anchor on the field, and she plays center midfield too.
The goal for some high school athletes is to get college athletic scholarships. Deandra and Genesis have their eyes set on Texas. They both want to play college soccer in the Lone Star State. On the other hand, Jennifer said she's had several offers to play soccer in college, but she wants to go in a different route and focus on becoming a nurse.
It's just something I've always wanted to do as a little kid, and I remember there was this one time my grandfather told me to never give up on that dream, so I'm mainly pursuing it for him.
Huffman High School and Birmingham City Schools are providing the tools and path for these young scholars to be successful. I'm Fred Davenport, BCS Media.
Scholars in Birmingham City Schools get the tools and support they need for success every day. Educators encourage students from pre-kindergarten to high school to reach their highest potential. I'm Corey Cunningham, a Milken Award winner for 2023. It's exciting to collaborate with educators to help guide students. Today, thousands of BCS scholars are in classrooms and labs or working on engaging projects to boost their learning. Tomorrow, our students will be the leaders of Birmingham, Alabama, and the world.
Birmingham City Schools. Success starts here.
Hi, I'm Christopher Lang. I am the Academy of Engineering instructor here at George Washington Carver High School. This program offers students hands-on learning in STEM, including college visits, worksite tours, and opportunities to earn industry credentials. For more information about our program, you can contact me at clang@bhm.k12.al.us.
Colors, salute. Inside the Alabama Shakespeare Theater in Montgomery, 4 Final Four Alabama teachers eagerly waited to see if they would be named the newest Alabama Teacher of the Year.
The 25-26 Alabama Teacher of the Year and Elementary Teacher of the Year is Katie Collins.
Prior to announcing the Alabama Teacher of the Year winner, an alternate Alabama Teacher of the Year winner was also announced during the ceremony.
The 25-26 alternate State Teacher of the Year and Secondary Teacher of the Year is Aubrey Bennett, George Washington.
George Washington Carver High School's Aubrey Bennett received that honor. Although Bennett didn't win the top spot, he's grateful for this recognition at the state level.
Well, it's an amazing honor, not just for me, but for the city of Birmingham and Birmingham City Schools. I've been blessed to be in this district for more than 17 years now, and I've seen a lot of great educators, and I've learned a lot from them, and a lot of great administrators who taught me the skills necessary to be in this moment right now. And so I'm just blessed, and honestly, I'm here for the kids, and so they're the ones that have pushed me to be a better educator, and this is honestly for them.
Bennett's BCS and immediate family were in the audience and soaking in the moment. His mother, Patsy Bennett, traveled hundreds of miles from North Carolina to support her son. She could miss this big moment.
I'm just so proud of Bray. I had twins way younger than Bray, and Bray started from when he was a little boy, helping me take care of those twins. I was a single mom, and I was in sports and football and baseball, and my son was always there to help me, and I've always been proud of Bray.
I'd like to thank my family, especially my mom. I really appreciate everything that you've done for me, everything that you sacrificed for me to be on this stage, and I love you.
I said whether he lost or won today, I traveled all this way. I want to be here with him because I'm very, very proud of him.
This is Aubrey Bennett's brother, Dane Bennett.
He's been a role model. You know, we grew up without a father, and he's been that man for me that I've looked up to and really paved the way. I'm excited to see what he's going to do, especially for the state of Alabama going forward.
Bennett began his teaching career in Birmingham City Schools in 2006 as a 6th grade social studies teacher at L.M. Smith Middle School. Bennett had a desire to teach and coach scholars on the high school level. He began teaching at Carver High School in 2012. Bennett teaches 12th grade U.S. government, economics, and advanced placement African American history. He also serves as the sponsor of the Student Government Association, attendance liaison, and varsity girls soccer coach. Bennett is Birmingham City Schools 2024-2025 Secondary Teacher of the Year.
He's an example of the wonderful instruction that takes place in Birmingham City Schools, as well as Carver High School. It's the excellence is the standard is what we always say at Carver High School, and Bennett is certainly the example of what we expect and what we want in instruction and teachers.
So we say in Birmingham City Schools, success starts here, but it really starts in the classroom every day. And Mr. Bennett is just an example of all the great teachers that we have in Birmingham City Schools. So I'm extremely proud of him, proud of Carver High School, and proud of all of our teachers. particularly this is a Teacher Appreciation Week, so we appreciate all our great teachers.
It is.
As Alabama State Board of Education representative, I'm very proud of you. Representing 7 counties and 14 school districts, having you rise to the top says a lot. We need great educators like you. Birmingham City is doing great things. I'm very appreciative to Dr. Sullivan and all of the administrators and teachers there. Keep doing the good work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just want to give you a hug. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Arbery Bennett will serve as a state and national spokesperson on behalf of the teaching profession. He will also support the Alabama Teacher of the Year with presentations, workshops, and educational events throughout the state. I'm Fred Davenport, BCS Media. Inside the historic Omni Shoreham Hotel in Washington, D.C. Representatives from 356 schools from across the United States packed the Regency Ballroom to receive their 2024 National Blue Ribbon Schools Award.
Epic Alternative Elementary School.
Epic Elementary School is among the 356 schools to receive this prestigious award. So what was it like walking across the stage?
It was surreal. It was a moment that has been in the making for a year. And to have that moment to finally approach and to be there again amongst great leaders in education, it was very rewarding and fulfilling.
We always say that success starts here in Birmingham City Schools, and today is just a testament to the hard work that happens in Birmingham City Schools every day, particularly the work that's happening at Epic Elementary School. Today, we're here in Washington, D.C., and Epic Elementary School was recognized as a National Blue Ribbon School. We are so proud of the work that happens there every day.
Epic, along with 4 other Alabama schools, were named National Blue Ribbon Schools this year. Epic was labeled as a National Blue Ribbon School in 1994. This is incredible news for Epic and Birmingham City Schools.
We work really, really hard at Epic. Shout out to our teachers, our parents, our students, and our community stakeholders. Our instructional superintendent, Dr. Tillman, who supports our network. And we really work hard, our students work hard, and it is really a testament today.
U.S. Secretary of Education, Dr. Miguel Cardona, spoke before the crowd and offered words of encouragement.
And as we move forward, remember, never bet against America's teachers and principals. And when times get tough and you begin to question yourself due to the pressures you face, take a deep breath, look in the mirror, and ask yourselves, who better than you?
President Joe Biden wasn't in attendance, but he did send his best wishes via a statement. President Biden said, quote, "The promise of America has long been tied to the promise of an education. A great education opens doors and changes lives. And for the past 41 years, the remarkable educators and leaders of our nation's Blue Ribbon Schools have served as pillars of opportunity for students and their families." On November 14th, Epic will be recognized in Montgomery by Alabama state leaders. In Washington, D.C., I'm Fred Davenport, BCS Media.
My daughter Letitia loves reading and learning. The two go hand in hand. In Birmingham City Schools, teachers provide the instruction and nurturing she needs.
When I grow up, I want to be a meteorologist. I started my journey here at Oxmoor Valley Elementary when I was 5 years old. They make learning fun with computers and technology. My teachers encourage me every day to do my best.
Good evening, everyone.
Birmingham City Schools.
My apologies.
Success starts
for
here.
my tardiness.
I'm Michael
Welcome to the work
Beavers,
session
at
for
Woodlawn
July
High School,
22nd,
and in
2025.
I plan on graduating
This meeting is
high
now called to
school
order.
with over 60
the mission of
college
Birmingham
credits
City
from Just
Schools
State.
to guide all students to achieve excellence in a safe, secure, and a nurturing environment.
I plan on
Now
graduating with 60
have our
college credits.
strategic
I
plan
currently take classes at
updates.
Boston State Community College.
One of the major
Thank you, Mr.
benefits
President.
is
I'm
the
gonna
students
ask,
are
Ms.
exposed
Mulberry if she
to
would
college
come up.
classes while they
Ms.
are still
Mulberry
in high
has,
school.
some guests with her, and she's going to give us our strategic plan update. And then we also have representatives from a DM group to kind of give us an overarching update on how our year's been and what our direction moving forward will be. So, Ms. Mulberry, I don't know where you go. Yeah, I guess there you are. And I assume, Dr. Stevens, you have there it is.
Good evening
Good evening.
to Board President Meadows, Dr. Sullivan. I have with me tonight two amazing ladies. This is Miss Michelle Sumter and Maggie Gallagher from the DM Group. They have been working with us on our strategic plan from the beginning. What I can say, just to introduce them, is they are holding our feet to the fire, as you would say. They are working with all of our subcommittees, all of the priorities, the 5 priorities that we've set for our district. They are really trying to help us focus and align what we do at BCS with our strategic plan. And with that being said, I'm going to let them tell you about some of the focused work that they've done and some next steps for our district implementation.
Thank you. What we're going to do is we're going to break this up into 2 sections. We'll talk a little bit first about us and the work that we've completed with the district over the course of the last year, kind of give you an overview of what has been completed, specifically where some of the data landed at the end of the year. And then we'll transition to talking a little bit about what you all can anticipate the work to look like around strategic plan implementation for this coming school year as we head into year 2 of the 5-year plan. So for those of you who aren't familiar with our work at District Management Group, our mission is really to improve public education systemically by combining 3 key things. The first is a relentless focus on student outcomes, along with resource allocation and operational efficiency, really to make sure that any kind of changes that are happening in the district are able to be systematized so you can see them long-term for students and families. We've obviously worked with hundreds of districts all over the country in 35 different states. We've had the pleasure of working with Birmingham City Schools for the last 3+ years, I should really say, for the strategic planning work. This is our we're going into our 3rd year now working with the district, and it's been such a pleasure over the course of those 3 years. For those of you who haven't seen these faces before, this is the team that works primarily on our strategic planning work. Our CEO, John Kim, you've probably seen around. He's always in the background helping us out. Tess Nicholson-Powers, you've seen at this podium before. She's out on maternity leave right now, but she'll be back in a few weeks. And then myself, Maggie Gallagher, and my colleague here, Michelle Sumter. So you'll continue to see these faces throughout the course of the next year, as you have for the last couple of years. As you know, the strategic plan was drafted a couple of school years ago, and this past year represented year 1 of implementing this strategic plan with 5 key priority areas, in addition to a mission statement, a vision statement, and a theory of action that's really driving all of the actions that the district takes every single day. This is our framework. So again, like I said, starts with that mission and vision, that theory of action, and then really focuses on the priorities that the district is trying to pursue. In the case of Birmingham City Schools, that is 5 different priorities that we'll go over today. And then the work of implementation that we've been doing a lot this last year and will continue into next year is really focusing on what are the initiatives, the specific projects that are really undergirding those priorities and making sure that they can come to fruition and come to life. And then what are the action steps that folks within the district need to make sure they take in order to make it all happen and make sure no balls are dropped. So that's been our focus this past year. It will continue to be our focus for this coming year. Around these 4 key goals were the 4 goals for this year, and they'll be the goals for next year as well, with a little bit of emphasis looking different. So this past year was really about developing the systems and the structures to make sure that those yearly targets that are a part of those measurable goals actually happen, actually yield results for students. The second piece was building a culture of data prioritization, analysis, and accountability. Adrian, you just remember use the term feet to the fire. That's really what we mean when we say accountability, right? And then tracking and monitoring the progress of those implementation efforts and really figuring out where do we need to adjust course. And then finally, refining those communication structures to make sure that everyone at the district level, whether you work in central office, whether you drive the bus, whether or not you work in a school, you know exactly what the strategic plan means for the work that you do every single day. So our work this year was broken up into 2 different phases. We spent a decent amount of time in the spring all the way into the fall really developing the roadmap that district leaders would need to be successful. So setting those yearly targets that I talked about, identifying the initiatives that are going to do the work of each priority area, and then doing that action planning. And then once we got into the fall, once all those critical pieces were in place, it really became about tracking and monitoring progress and identifying where there might be areas of further support needed, both from us, but just also holistically as part of the plan. And then just helping to clarify decision making when we are adjusting course. How do we make decisions about how we are spending resources strategically? We used a few different structures this past year to ensure that the work happened. The first one was really just the work that we do with Dr. Sullivan and the different leaders at the district office to make sure that decisions are made with that strategic plan in mind. We worked with the working committee to make sure that they were held accountable to the work that their different teams were doing across those 5 priority areas. And then there were the subcommittees around those 5 priority areas of academic achievement, staff effectiveness, student well-being, and customer service, district cohesion, and accountability. As needed, other staff and school support teams provided support based on their own content areas and expertise. How we supported along the way was just providing overall project management support, really making clear when there were decisions to be made, how those should be made, and how the strategic plan should factor into those decisions. When it came to supporting the working committee, really just preparing and facilitating those monthly meetings. So we led each of those meetings and set up different subcommittee co-chairs to share out their data. And then finally, facilitating those subcommittee meetings to make sure that folks were actually doing the work behind the scenes to make sure those initiatives could be successful. I'm going to pass it now to Michelle to talk a little bit about where we landed as it relates to some of those targets. What I'll say ahead of time is that this is end of the year data, if you will, but because of the time of year, there are some data pieces that just aren't ready yet, either because the state hasn't released the data or it hasn't been calculated because we're still waiting for different inputs. So you will see a lot of great data in this, but you will also see some spots where we're still waiting to figure out what the results will look like.
All right, so. All right. How about that? Are the metrics, and you'll see that in all 5 of these documents here, these pages. So those are the goals, if you will, what we're working on, what we're actually working toward. In the second section is the baseline data. That is data collected this year. In some of these priorities, we collected baseline data all year long because it is the first year of the strategic plan. In the third area, you'll see end of year data, if we have it. You'll see it here. And then you'll see that 2025 target where we wanted to land at the end of this first year. You'll see the difference to the goal next, how far we were from the end of year data that we do have to the actual target that was set for June of this year, 2025, and then that 2026 target. So I just want to kind of orient you to the screen. So as you can see, the state hasn't released some of the data, so we're awaiting some of that data, but here's where we landed in early literacy and early numeracy. So you can see those, short of the goal, but not much. And in the other categories, we do not have that data. We are still waiting on the data from the state. Okay? All right, this is the staff effectiveness priority. As you can see straight in the middle of the 3 metrics, we're awaiting data on the percentage of teachers scoring evident and very evident. We're awaiting that data. But in the increase in percentage of staff retained in the school district over the years, the baseline data was at 82. End of year data ended at 83. That target was 83%. And so on the last part, increase in the percentage of offers accepted, and it was 29% for the baseline data. The goal was 31. They hit 29%. That is just shy of the goal in year 1. We're on student well-being as a priority. There are 3 metrics here, and I want to specifically highlight all the hard work that the committee that Dr. Bigham leads up. She'll be here shortly to talk a lot about this work, but the decrease in the percentage of students who are chronically absent. As you know, chronic absenteeism is a ubiquitous issue. It really does affect student performance, and if you would see here, the baseline started at 16. This is one of those metrics we want to see go down, not up. So baseline data was at 16%. End of year data, 14%. That's a lot of students. I just want to say it. It might not look like a lot, but that's a lot of students. The target was 15. They beat the target. And she'll talk a little bit more about the data that you see here at the end, but they did some great work this year. Very short of the goal, but not much. All right. In customer service as a priority, you'll see there are 3 metrics. I want to run straight to the last metric that talks about community partner communication. Started at 20% as a baseline. Usually across school districts, you'll see 3 to 5% increase in any data point. And you'll notice here that your district went from 20% end of year hitting 43%. Customer service is a big deal. And so great work there, just 2 points shy of the target, but we haven't seen people hit 23 points of growth in a year. So we'll talk a little bit more about that. All right, and in district accountability and cohesion, there are 3 data points here. Again, we talked last time when I was here, I think I was here in beginning of June maybe, talking about these points. This was a year of baseline data collection. So the baseline data for principal perception and communication and staff perception and communication was 80%. We'll do that again and pick up those data points twice next year. The target was 85%, but as you can see, many people are reporting that the communication that they receive is effective according to the baseline data collected at the beginning of this school year just passed. In principal effectiveness, this is an area that we're going to continue to work on now that we have baseline data here, and this will be a focus of the work specifically next year. All right.
So turning our attention now to where we're going next, the goals aren't really changing, but the emphasis is for this year. So Michelle just spent a lot of time talking about data. So that second goal there that you see, build a culture of data prioritization, analysis, and accountability, was a really big focus for this past year. Gathering that baseline data, making sure that district leaders understand how to utilize regular progress monitoring data to make decisions about each of those priority areas. And so while that will still be a focus, and we will still bring that to every single meeting, when we think about the focus for this upcoming year, it's really around getting really good at tracking and monitoring how well implementation is going and adjusting course as needed. So as we think about headed into year 2 of that 5-year strategic plan, the goals aren't changing, but the focus very much is. In a similar fashion to this past year, the work is broken up into 2 sections. The first is, again, refining that implementation roadmap, because as we head into year 2, there will be new initiatives or differences or adjustments in initiatives from the previous year that we'll want to make sure are well planned for and documented. But that on-ramp is shorter. You can see it's only from July to September that we're doing that work as opposed to May to September, because so many of the systems and the structures are already in place. And then we'll turn our lens towards monitoring that progress and really equipping district leaders to do that work of adjusting course as necessary. The working structures, again, will remain largely the same. I think this year is a year for us to start thinking about what it means for districts to have agency, or the district to have agency over some of those subcommittee meetings. So district management group will continue to prepare for and provide all the materials and support for those subcommittee meetings, but eventually as the year continues, we'll begin to transition to subcommittee chairs actually leading those meetings themselves and teaching a man to fish a little bit, if you will, when it comes to the balance of that work. So really when we think about how we're supporting this working committee and subcommittees, I would say it's threefold. So the first is just providing all of the materials, all of the templates, all of the project management support that is needed. The second is, like Adrian mentioned, or Ms. Mabry mentioned at the beginning, really holding people's feet to the fire to utilize data to make decisions and bringing that data to the conversation as needed, and helping people just navigate what it means to make data-informed decisions. And then finally, just acting as a thought partner when challenges do arise. No year of any strategic plan implementation is perfect, and so as we run into challenges with either individual initiatives or within priority areas, just being a trusted advisor along the way to help people navigate those challenges. We will continue to support the working committee through all of the facilitation of those meetings, making sure that those are on the calendar every month and making sure that everybody is present at those meetings as well. And again, just providing all of the project management and material support as well there. Again, you can see our strategic plan framework once more here. Just want to highlight again that the focus for this year is really in those last two pieces of that initiative and action planning. We were just spending some time yesterday with the working committee actually digging into those action steps and saying, okay, this is a beautiful initiative. It went well the first year, but who is actually going to do what? Who is going to send the email? Who is going to actually follow up with that group? And some of those accountability pieces that for so many districts is where their strategic plan falls short. And so really supporting you all and to be successful in that as well. When it comes to that action planning, we want to make sure that we're considering all of the potential barriers that are in place, the feasibility, and creating a sense of urgency. So as the groups continue to refine those action plans over the course of the next few months, we'll be there to provide the support, the tools, the accountability, and just the problem solving that will definitely be needed as we continue that. So that is all from us, but I'll open it and see if there's any questions.
Any questions, colleagues? Ms. Bowen?
This is a great report, thank you. So I'm interested in who the subcommittee chairs are, especially if they're taking over responsibilities in this coming year. That will be important. So if you could provide us with that information, that'd be great. Yeah. And like, for example, customer service, I know it crosses all disciplines within or all departments. Who is the chair of the chair of that committee then will guide with your work?
So, Dr. Douglas, working with parent and family. We also have Dr. Stevens, who is on our committee too. So again, we're looking at technology. We're looking at the infrastructures that's here, our operations. We're looking at all those different pieces because, again, customer service falls into all of those. But we can get you a list of all of the committee chairs.
Great, thank you.
Any more questions, colleagues? Ms. Williams?
Just a comment. Thank you for the presentation, and I'm excited that you all are going to, or we are moving in the direction of what our year 2 is around the progress and implementation efforts. I think that now that the foundation has been laid about what is expected, and now really taking what Dr. Williams is already doing in the academic department and really showing our leaders and teachers, classroom teachers, how to use that data to be impactful with the foundation that's been laid. Hopefully we have. I'm looking forward to some even more growth points in academics than what we've seen thus far. So thank you.
I would like to say it's been a joy to work with you all. And to be the representative on the committee from the board, specifically. It's opened my eye. If anyone has ever worked at an organization, nonprofit, or somewhere that's having to implement a strategic plan, you understand how hard it is because it's a skill set that is not often within the building because people already have job tasks. And so everyone, before the strategic plan rolls out, everyone's operating. And so then you have this new mode of operation, and now it has to change the way you do everything. And so to bring that skill set in to teach you and to show you how to implement that, so it doesn't just become some piece of paper that's in everybody's drawer of their office. I mean, from working at nonprofits for 8 years, that's usually where strategic plans end up. They end up on the shelf, they end up in the drawer. But it has been, to me, very impactful, opened my eyes about how to take it off the paper, and it actually becomes how you operate and function, being very, very data driven and helping our staff. Like yesterday we met, and I took a picture just to share with the board so everyone can see like how diligent it's all of the leaders being pulled away from their daily task. These people who are leading thousands of employees, they have to move a whole day just to sit in this room to come together and try to work this plan. And so again, I think sometimes from the public, even from board members, it's you can assume that it just happens, or we pass a strategic plan, then what? And so you guys and Dr. Kim have done a really good job of connecting it to the outcomes to your everyday action, almost starting at the end and walking it back to the smallest detail. And so, again, just the level of expertise and precision that you guys work with has helped me be a better leader in the work that I do. And so I hope that everyone, there will be a new person that will represent the board at some point. And I was telling someone, one of the people was like, "What do you do here?" One of the cabinet, staff members, and I was like, "Well, I'm just here so that the board understands what's going on, and so I can speak to some of the things like the data points that's still held up at the state, so people aren't concerned about why have we received that information." But more than anything, just to see the work and be a part of it. I stay out of the minutia and allow the leaders to do that. But again, great job. Thank you to Dr. Kim, and I'm looking forward to seeing this guide the outcomes. Like Ms. Williams has said, like, last thing I'll say on it, success doesn't happen by accident. And I think that we take that for granted. There's a lot of intentional steps. You don't make a lot of bad mistakes and then end up with victory. That's just not how life works. And so you guys have really showed, the district on a mass level how to reach these goals. And so that's why Birmingham is receiving all the acclaim, I mean, it's strategic partnerships with organizations like you, vendors like yours, and y'all aren't cheap, but it's worth the money. I mean, and so we spend money on a lot of things and have over the years have spent the money on a lot of things, didn't yield the results. And so I feel like it's money well spent, and thank you guys. I don't know if I'll see you guys again, so that's why I'm getting a little sentimental. It's been a joy to work with you all. Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, again, we're going to continue with that spirit of accountability and being very intentional in the work that we're doing here in Birmingham City Schools. So I'm going to bring up our student support services. And they're going to give us an update on student well-being.
Good afternoon, Board President Meadows, Superintendent Mark Sullivan, and all of the board members and everyone present here today. I know you've been waiting to hear from Student Support Services, so we have arrived, and we got good information for you. So just sit back and enjoy, and if you have any questions, we'll take your questions at the end. But first, I would like to introduce the magnificent team here. We have a good student support department. Everybody works hard. Everybody loves children. So to my left here, I have Dr. Bigham, who's over students of SEL, which is social and emotional learning. We have Ms. Ross here, who's over student success. And we have Mrs. Hilliard here, who's over mental health. She's the mental health coordinator. And in the back, in a few minutes, we'll introduce our guests. So just sit back and enjoy it, okay? We'll start. We'll start with Ms. Dr. Bigham.
Good evening, Board President. Good evening, Board President, Board members, Executive Cabinet, and Dr. Sullivan. This is a strategic plan for student well-being, and I will turn it over to Ms. Ross.
Good evening. As part of the strategic plan on the student well-being, we had 3 focus areas. One, decrease the percentage of students who are chronically absent, increase the percentage of students who report feeling safe at school, and increase the percentage of those who feel a sense of belonging at school. So for the good news, we did, on a valiant effort, decrease the chronic absenteeism in the district. So we have looked at the chronic absenteeism by network, and what was determined through a 3-year period beginning at 2023, Network 1, that consists mostly of the grade band of K5, decreased 4%. Network 2, that encompassed our most of our middle schools, decreased 14% over a 3-year period. Network 3, our high schools, 10% over a 3-year period. And then Network 4, which is considered the governor's schools, decreased 20% over a 3-year period. And the district decreased an 11%. And really, Dr. Sullivan, you were right. In 2023, the percentage was 29%. So I think that puts our decrease around 14 to 15%, if my math is correct. So kudos to the attendance team, the 4 attendance officers, and the schools, particularly those attendance liaisons. They worked well with the team in ensuring that absences were coded right. The student support department worked well with parents who had extenuating circumstances. Kudos to Mr. Moore with his assistance on those parents who had transportation difficulties. A myriad of things, homelessness as well, can contribute to a child being absent from school. So it was a team effort.
And Mr. President, and kudos to Ms. Ross, because without leadership in that department, we could not have seen the types of reductions that we saw. It truly is a team effort, not just with the employees of the school system, but the DA's office with a program called Helping Families, because what we found was that many of the students who were experiencing homelessness, and Ms. Burns mentioned this at one of our board meetings in the past, and many of the students who were chronically absent were experiencing some level of homelessness. And so not penalizing parents for not coming to school, but finding supports for parents to ensure that their children are in school. And then also with the mayor's office, with the Everyday Counts program. So taking the entire community around this issue around chronic absenteeism has caused us to cut that number from 29% to 14% in 3 years. I mean, that is really remarkable. And thank you to your team, Ms. Burns, for all your work around that chronic absenteeism.
And we do want to add that we have a homeless liaison, Ms. Reynolds, and she works morning, noon, and night trying to get shelter for children. And
on his praise, he praised us at AASB conference, and I just happened to be getting some alterations, and Sarah Versa walked in, and the news people, you think they're so used to being attacked in the public, so I wasn't going to say anything to her. And she touched me on my shoulder, and she said, aren't you with the board? I said, yes, ma'am. She says, Dr. Mackey was praising you all today. So I got home that night. I think it was Dr. Someone sent me the link. And so again, because of you all's work, Alabama is #1 in the nation with reduction of chronic absenteeism, leading the nation. Alabama is leading the nation. And Birmingham City is one of the exemplar districts in the state, specific for the students and the circumstances that the families that we face. And so our numbers are leading the nation for urban school districts. And so again, thank you all. It doesn't happen by accident. There are great people leading that work. So I'd be remiss again, you can see the news, go Google it, Fox 6. I know they've been buzzing lately, but you could just Google Fox 6 and look up the article and see Dr. Mackey talk about the work that you all have done. Thank you.
All right, now with Feeling Safe at School, our goal was to increase the percentage of students who report feeling safe at school. For students in grades 3 to 5, we met 96% of our goal, and so our baseline was 48%, and we ended the year at 49%. For our students in grades 6 to 12, our baseline was also 48%, and we ended at 49%. For sense of belonging, I will go into the interventions and kind of the supports around these areas and the research behind that, but for students' sense of belonging, this is a critical area across the nation, especially in grades 6 through 12. So for sense of belonging, a lot of our work is focused on the implementation fidelity of the Rethink Ed curriculum. We did a big push this year, especially with grades 6 through 12, to increase that number. So our baseline for students in grades 3 to 5 was 69%, and our actual was 72, so we met our goal. For students in grades 6 to 12, the baseline was 37%, and we ended at 40%, so we met 97.5% of our goal. Here are some of the interventions, and we've kind of already mentioned this. Helping Families has helped out tremendously. They've supported over 1,743 students and families. Rethink Ed, you can see our activities, and there's data usage on the Aubrey platform. Our SEL quizzes have increased dramatically. We want to make sure that we're assessing the competencies around what we're teaching students. Last year, the number was around 21,000 quizzes for the entire year. This year, it was over 50,000.
For school-based mental health therapy services, we'll get into this more later tonight. We've definitely increased the access to mental health services for our students. 163 students have received services, and that number continues. We continue to receive referrals over the summer. Also, with our homeless assistance support, a few years ago, we were identifying around 100 students a year. We're now at 400.
I really saw how true that was. The camp offered a variety of activities from yoga to horseback riding, giving us plenty of ways to stay engaged. They also created a supportive environment where we could express ourselves and talk to someone whenever we needed to. As a graduated senior, to staying focused on my goals is really important, and especially with so many distractions around me. Camp Wellness helped me with that. During our small group sessions, we learned about the differences between healthy and unhealthy relationships. One activity we did was called red flags and green flags, where we had to decide if a scenario was a red flag, which being unhealthy, or a green flag, being healthy. We also discussed how the way you communicate a message isn't always how the other person interprets it, and sometimes things can come across the wrong way. Another big lesson we learned was how to handle difficult situations. Instead of responding to hostility with more hostility, we talked about de-escalation strategies, ways to calm things down without resorting to violence. Looking back, I can honestly say I learned a lot from Camp Wellness. The lessons I took away from it aren't just things I remember, they're things I can apply to my daily life moving forward.
Just one thing, there's a program called Legislative Page, and Omarion participated in that. We service over 200 kids. It's been in existence since 1997. It's funded through the Greater Sorority, Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, and it is the longest running youth initiative in the State House.
I actually bumped into him at the State House that day. And, he was walking around like he was owning the building. He was very comfortable, and I'm so excited to see him there. Just so proud of the future and many things you're going to do. So thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you.
Next steps. We are hopeful that we will continue the decline in the number of students that are chronically absent. In our action steps, we're going to continue our partnership with HFI and also the Housing Authority with the Everyday Counts. In fact, they reached out to me today to discuss getting started, not later in the year, but the first day, and encouraging more students to attend school.
We're also going to continue with the Rethink Ed training and implementation fidelity along with those wellness checks, also inclusive of PBIS, the peer helpers data, which Dr. Lewis has already shared, our anonymous reporting system, and to continue to administer our panorama survey. Alrighty, that concludes our presentation.
Any questions, colleagues? Ms. Williams?
Thank you. Thank you all for this presentation. Definitely love this department, especially having a social work background is really important to me, and of course the work that we get a chance to do. Great to see the growth that we've seen in the percentage point. I am, and definitely the testimony of the young man, that makes me proud, or even more appreciative of the opportunity to serve, so we see the direct impact of where we are directing our supports and services so that students are receiving that. I know you all are doing an incredible job in this department, working really, really hard. When we think about, and Mr. Meadows oftentimes talks about from the dais and just in the community work about the population of families that we serve, when we think about the increase in domestic violence, when we think about the community in some cases not being safe, and so then trying to direct and to put those supports and services around our students so that they do have some sort of tools and skills that they can use when they go back home or when they are in certain circumstances. And I really like that as a graduating senior or graduated senior that he received that healthy versus unhealthy relationship, because sometimes maybe those of us as adults would make different decisions based upon having the opportunity to be taught that. And so thank you all for this. The question I have is, and maybe you all can share just some high level. I like that we are now at 49%, but I'm also concerned about the 51% that doesn't share that they feel like they are in a safe environment. So are there any specific things that we, aside from the partnerships that we have to maintain those, continue those, but are there any things that we were able to pull from the data that they did provide, or the feedback that the students provided, to say what caused them to not feel safe and what we could do as a district to support them and to support us increasing that number?
Well, one of the things, now having school safety officers, building that relationship with students, using restorative language. Also, one of the areas that falls under school safety is bullying. And so that's why we really are going to do a hard push with our schools to focus on those bullying lessons and Rethink Ed, as well as peer helpers. That's how we're going to target that area.
Thank you.
Ms. Harville.
I also just wanted to commend the work and say thank you. 29% to 14% is incredible and unheard of. And I wanted to ask, should any local businesses want to partner in terms of everyday counts, should we direct them to you or HABD? How does that work exactly?
If you direct them to me, I have the contact number for the Housing Authority.
Mr. Wilson, then Ms. Williams.
I just wanted to publicly acknowledge Ms. Hilliard. Your work at Winona High School with those babies has really been impressive. I saw some look like thoroughbred horses out there on what I wish was a baseball field. Hint, that's a hint. It was a beautiful sight to see those babies interact, and I'm calling high school kids babies, but to see them out there interacting and petting horses and riding horses, and for a lot of them, that's the first time they've ever been around, horses. And I know about the field trips and the things that you guys do. Just want to thank you for the work that you do and how it touches and affects our children. Thank you.
I also wanted to just say again, not again, but quickly, I want to shout out the parents, right? Their response to the supports that the district and our partners have put in place. Because a lot of times the community members and our parents are unaware of how important attendance is. You know, when I was in school in the 1900s, as the young folks say today, you could have unexcused and excused absences and it made a difference. But today, just the finding that 18 days missed from school, whether excused or unexcused, positions a student to be in a chronic absentee category. And so that is critically important. And so I just want to say thank you. Again, talking about the Housing Authority, I know I've seen firsthand and actually walk with them to knock on doors to say, hey, Neonta needs to be in school tomorrow, right? So what's going on? What can we do to provide that support? And so thank you all for that. But really, again, to the parents, congratulations for responding to the supports that you all have put in place and the supports that we're trying to offer to those families.
Ms. Baum.
One quick question. Y'all provided the data on a school level basis on the chronic absenteeism today, or that was provided to us. And that was really interesting, and thank you for that. But I noticed that 3 schools had less than 5% chronic absenteeism. Should we highlight them and understand more what they did, or do y'all know that off the top of your head? Is that something we ought to hear from them about? I just wondered what you're thinking about learnings from that data.
Well, we will engage with them in a conversation. I have spoken to one principal. I think what this administrator told me is that they really, really do a good job with making sure the absences, particularly those check-ins, because that at one time was sort of driving the app when you did, I was tardy, but you didn't go back and change it. So they have done a real good job of making sure that those type of situations happen. I know for some, they have changed. No longer do they take attendance in homeroom. I think they moved attendance back to second period, which is around 9, 10 o'clock maybe. And so that has been a successful strategy for some to do that, because everyone is kind of in by 10. Mm-hmm. And so when you take attendance, it has made a difference.
Good. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Collins?
So I want to say thank you for the work that you all have done. It makes it, as I am talking out there to my constituents and the community, it is always a positive with our parents to see that we, the expectation is that we're leading. The only thing that we lead is down to the bottom. So things like great news like this, hard work like this is really changing the perspective that parents and our community have. I can't tell you, as I'm out there, I'm having long conversations with people about the success that Birmingham City is having, and they just don't know, And so I thank you all, and I'm asking you all to continue to work. It's one thing to talk about problems and issues. Another to have a plan that you can execute and actually see the results. And I'm so glad that the young man was here to come speak about, his experience with mental illness, the camp and everything. We do a lot of investing up here and decision making up here, but it's always good when we can actually see that it's benefiting our students and our families. So kudos. Thank you to all of our partners as well that partner with us, the City of Birmingham, and the role that they did. So it's always works best when we have everybody at the table working and putting their hands towards one goal, and you're receiving that accomplishment. So thank you.
So,
Ms. Burns, thank you and your team for your hard work.
Can I close with one thing?
Oh, sure, absolutely.
Okay, we just wanted to let you all know that we do have a clothing closet, and we have everything for our children. We even have false eyelashes. We have weed. We have everything you need to look good. So all you need to do is get with the school council, or either they can call our department, and we will fix them up nicely. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burns. Thank you. Thank you,
Ms. Burns, Ms. Burns, if to donate to that closet, what's the process to donate?
You can just call me and we'll get the person, Ms. Walker,
yes, ma'am,
to get the information.
Okay,
to
thank
them.
you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you, Agent. Thank you, team. Mr. President, next we're going to have Mr. Moore to come up with a brief update of where we are with the new central office building. I see his team is here. Mr. Moore, I'll turn it over to you.
Come on up, team. Good evening, Board President. Good evening. All right. Good evening, Board President, Vice President, and to the members of the board. Good evening again. So this is our weekly meeting, our weekly update that we have on our 2101 relocation project. And so I know the last few meetings, it appears that, we have the same update, but these updates are really important. They're time stamps on this agenda and on this calendar that we have that's really important. And so this month was really critical because we were able to submit our final submission on our construction documents to the state, which is big, because after that we go into advertisement and bids. And so I let the team do their updates and drill down, and then I tie a board on it at the end.
I'm Christian Smoke, architect with KPS Group. So in terms of our current progress, CDs will be submitted this week to DCM, as previously mentioned. Our next steps will be DCM review for about 30 days, advertisement for bid. The first ad went out this weekend, so through July 19th through August 3rd. Pre-qualifications for contractors will be due on August 5th, and the pre-qualified contractors will be announced on August 12th. Our mandatory pre-bid meeting and facility tour will be on August 26th, and our bid opening will be on September 9th.
Good evening. Tim Lewis with Tala Professional Services. We are making great progress on the technical specifications for the cabling infrastructure. We should have our draft finished in the next few weeks, mid-August, for the design of the network. We are also making progress on the associated technical drawings that go along with that shows all the outlets, all the pathways, and where all the equipment will be located. so that we'll have a good roadmap going forward. And we have continued to coordinate with the A&E team and provided infrastructure installation and technology deployment process. We did a deep dive to talk about how we will install the infrastructure and how we'll deploy the technology so that we could start doing some look-ahead planning as we develop the overall roadmap for the project. We anticipate having an RFP released in early September for the cabling, and so we're starting on that process, and we're also starting some early planning for what it'll look like from an installation standpoint once the building is ready.
Good evening. So in continuing with all of this wonderful good news you guys are receiving this evening, our team is rocking.
Yeah, we're rocking.
We are on point. So again, our cubicles are no change, basically. Everyone would have privacy and enough work surfaces and storage. Conference rooms, we've got about 1 per floor. And the tables would have power. Common areas, all floors, 7 through 12, will have a combination of lounge seating with occasional table. Ground level, no change, 150 seating for visitors. And that's it.
Thank you.
Yes, I will be your Vanna.
Okay. Thank you. I will say that a lot of times it seems like we're not making progress, but it's kind of like the sun. You never really see it come up till it's there.
That's good.
And the same way when it goes down, you never really see it. But what you see here is a snapshot of basically of where we were and where we are now. That red dot just about in the middle is kind of like where we're moving toward. All of the long bars are basically done. And we're kind of with the small bars now, just to simplify it. But that's basically where we were, where we are, and at the end of it will be, at the very bottom, will be May 2026. Next slide. We're still, like the architect said, we're still making milestones for advertise the bids in August and receive bids around September, award the contract, as well as start construction in October. So we're moving quite gracefully along those milestones. Next slide, please. On the roof replacement, I will say that we're moving along the same graceful pace with that. The drawings have been sent to DCM and we've got their approval back today. So we'll start the advertisement for bid process and hopefully we'll get some construction started around September. Next slide. So to make a long story short, the budget, we're still working within the same budget parameters that we've always had. I will say there's been some challenges, but we've been on point. So everything is still within the projections that we've anticipated.
Good evening, Board. As of June 2025, $281,032.18 has been spent for that month, giving a grand total year-to-date $1,334,698.83. That leaves a balance that is still remaining for all of the 2101 project, leaving a balance of $22.6 million.
So in conclusion, a couple of really key dates again. So the bid process, which is what we're looking at now in August, is really key, the advertisement of it, the bid of it. And then the next really key month is October because that's when we start construction. So we're moving gracefully.
Target for right now, but we don't know what the bids are going to come back at. I guess you have a plan for what you think they're going to come back at. That's when we'll hear from you how the bids came in.
Absolutely.
And so that will be our first point where we really struggle perhaps with the plan, I'm thinking. Or you kind of think they'll all come in right as you hope?
As we hope, we'll see when that time comes.
That's good. Okay, just checking about when, what our next big nut's going to be, and that's it, it seems
Yeah,
to me.
the next big nuts is, again, when it get advertised, and then when the bids come in, that's our next big kind of landmark in terms of moving forward.
Okay, thank you. And are we going to add, I guess we're going to be talking about how we add the sale of this building to this report in the future as we move forward. Yeah.
We sent a survey to the board to see what the
Okay.
pleasure would be.
That's great. Thank you.
Ms. Williams?
Thank you all for this report. I know you all feel like you're redundant too, sharing the same information with us, but we appreciate it. I wanted to ask a clarifying question. So the roof bid on August the 24th, is that the determination date of the bid, or that's the day that the bid is released? I mean, the RFP starts.
That's the day that it starts.
Okay, thank you. And then they'll begin September the 4th, I think it was.
4th or 5th.
So it's a really short window of putting the bid out. Oh, man, okay.
You advertise first
Yeah.
for at least several weeks, then the bids come in, then once the bids come in, you approve them, tab them, and then we move forward from there.
Got it. Okay, thank you all.
Mr. Mr. Sullivan?
Not really a question, but just, thank you again for the report. I know it's a lot to work together and present things, so just, again, thank you all. I think y'all made it pretty simple, right, and clear. And just a reminder, we may not talk about this, but we do have that meeting coming up on this Thursday, the operations meeting, to talk about some other things, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Ms. Harville asked Mr. Sullivan, what's that time?
It's at 12.
12:30.
Yeah, 12:30, that's right.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Thank you. The next thing, we're going to go into our proposed agenda items. I'm going to ask Ms. Moore if you would stay, and the next one is renewal for our maintenance agreement. I think it's around the camera, so Mr. Moore, I will turn it over to you.
Okay, so this next item is so we know we're doing, phasing out our old cameras, and we have a new camera system that we're installing. We've completed phase 1. We're currently in the middle of, the start of phase 2, and we have 2 more phases to be complete, all by the end of next year. And so as we go to the new phase of the cameras, the old cameras that are still online, we have a service agreement with the company, right? The company used to be named Ion. It's now Pavilion. And so this agenda item here is to approve the renewal of their contract for 1 year for $117,000. Now, as we continue to upload and transition over to the new camera system, the amount will continue to incrementally decrease because we'll get off that old system and we'll have the new system. And so that's what this item is.
Any questions, Ms. Bowen?
So it feels like we've been talking about this for many years, that we are getting ready to move off of this and onto some new cameras. Is this something that keeps sort of being delayed, or no? No delay.
Actually, the first phase started in, I believe, October, if I'm correct. And then the second phase is underway now. Phases 3 and 4 will overlap the start of those phases. So after we get this one underway, we plan to start this is June. Around September, we'll start overlapping for phase 3 to preferably be completed by June. And then in the middle of that phase, we'll start phase 4, all to be completed by the end of the year. So we're trying to overlap it so we can get it done. But no, the phases they have continued as scheduled since I've arrived.
And Mr. Moore, phase 2, is my understanding, is going really smoothly.
Really smoothly. Mm-hmm. Got 13 schools. It'll complete all of our high schools. And then we actually added a few of our middle schools to kind of bump that up. And then the next 2 phases have about 13 schools apiece as well.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Mr.
All right, thank you, Ms. Moore. Mr. President, I'm going to ask Mrs. Glover if she would come up, and this is a renewal for Frontline. This is the time management system. Ms. Glover.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Protocol has been established. This is the frontline education agenda item for approval. This is also known as our time clock, which is our time and attendance management system. The board authorizes payment to frontline education in the amount of $87,113.63. Frontline education is an automated software platform that tracks absence management, time and attendance, and substitute hours worked within the application portal. The renewing contract is for $87,113.63.
Any questions, Mr. President?
No. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Glover. I'm going to ask Mrs. Wimbish if she would come up. The next 7 items are from Ms. Wimbish, and most of them are renewals. So come on up, Ms. Wimbish.
Follow behind Ms. Glover. Protocol
Hello there.
has been established. I have a lot to talk about. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
As Dr. Sullivan mentioned, many of the items that I'll be presenting tonight are renewals, but I asked Dr. Sullivan if I could start with a new initiative, so I'll be a little out of order for the agenda, if that's okay. So the first item I'm going to start.
Ms.
I'm sorry.
Quick question.
Yes.
Can you tell us which item you're going to start with?
The first item I'm going to start with is Chance Light.
Thank you.
Go back to that first slide, please, if you don't mind. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to introduce who I have with me. Of course, you all know who I am. These are my team members. I'm calling them team members because we've gotten here finally. I'm excited. So I'll allow them to introduce themselves.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Taylor Cowan with Chance Light.
Erica Mitchell with Chance Light, business developer.
Okay, so what I wanted to start with is why am I here about this initiative? So what's the purpose? And so I did an RFP, a bid for expanding our therapeutic programs in our district. So we, of course, have a lot of students with disabilities that are experiencing a lot of behavioral and mental health challenges. So the goal is to make sure that we can meet those students' needs. So what's the purpose of this initiative and awarding this bid? The purpose of implementing this is to ensure that we provide comprehensive, individualized support for those students with disabilities who experience behavioral and mental health challenges. Our team, my former team members talked about having a safe environment. And so we want to make sure that our students are in a safe environment. That entails ensuring that they have intensive supports if it's necessary. So the goal is to integrate interventions such as counseling, behavior therapy, social emotional learning strategies to address those students' unique needs. This initiative is committed to improving student outcomes. In order for us to meet those academic goals, we have to ensure that they're ready, day one, every day. This is a 2-year initiative to begin with our existing programs in our district, which is our phase 1. Our phase 2 would include an expansion at an off-site location in our district with more intensive and specialized programming for those students who are not able to sustain in our schools academically. So I'm going to yield to the Chance Light team so they can present to you the work that they would be able to do for the district, and then we're going to come back around about what our next steps are.
Good evening. I wanted to give you a little bit of an overview of Chance Light and the type of services that we provide and what our proposal would look like for Birmingham. I've been working with the special ed team here for about 1.5 years now, and their team has actually been able to come out and visit one of our current sites. What makes Chance Light unique is our service delivery model. I think we all know what day treatment looks like, where a student's not able to access their education within the school's current setup, and so they go to a day treatment facility. Chance Light operates where we bring that same type of day treatment facility and services to the school district and acts as a part of the continuum of services the district is providing. It eliminates the ability or the necessity to send many of these kids to an out-of-district program. Many of those programs, unfortunately, focus solely on behavior with a little bit of academics, making the transition back to the district difficult. They're also typically very expensive, and many times there's parent pushback about sending their kid away. So if you can see on the slide, we know that general education and inclusion support is the foundation for any special ed program, but districts often provide behavior classrooms that go beyond that, and then what Chance Light provides is even a next step up for the kids who need mental health services, or in some cases, they're existing in a group home, they're in day treatment, they're in residential treatment. So the idea would be that you have the next step up in your district, providing those high quality services, and then you're also able to bring back the students that are currently placed elsewhere. Chance Light operates in a school within a school model, meaning that we bring all of these services to you. We provide all the academics, behavior support, and therapeutic support. That means that we're bringing in certified special ed teachers to provide all academic content instruction. We're providing behavior support services, behavior support specialists to work directly with these students. And then we have mental health therapists that operate one for every 2 classrooms. Our classrooms are typically very low ratio, where we would have a special education teacher, 2 paraprofessionals, and then we would have 1 mental health counselor for every 2 classrooms. Many times these students are coming to us in crisis, and we cannot have a therapist that's a campus away, or a therapist that is splitting a caseload between 200, 300, 400 students. Our ratio is closer to 20 to 1. Every student in our program receives individual and group counseling. Many of our students, depending on their needs, receive services from that licensed mental health professional every single day. It just depends on what's in the student's IEP and what their specific needs are. We engage with families as well. We know that many times our students are experiencing homelessness, families in crisis, and our therapists are able to go and support those needs as well. Next slide. We data track every single thing that we do. We actually data track every student's progress and behavior every hour of every day, and that data gets shared with the district. It also shows us when students are ready to go back to district programs. Our goal is not to keep these students forever. Our goal is to provide such good services, meet their needs, so that they can transition back to district programs. The number one sign of success of our program operating well is when kids are going back to district programs and staying there and finding success there. Go to the next slide. One of our largest partnerships is with Muskogee County School District in Columbus, Georgia. We serve roughly 150 students there. We have a site where students work. It's not a typical campus. It's more like an alternative campus. And then we are also at neighborhood schools for elementary school, middle school, and high school. So what we've helped them do is build a continuum of services for the highest level of needs at that alternative education center, where our staff works with them. As they make progress, they go back to their neighborhood campus, but still with us. And then as they make more progress, they go all the way back to a district program. I'm intentionally showing you data from 21, 22, because that's when our program was a few years old. So this is what you could expect after a few years. We have kids kindergarten through 12th grade. So we're seeing kids graduate. We're seeing courses being passed. But I think the real highlight is that before we got there, this same group of students had 481 out-of-school suspension days. That got reduced to 34 with us the next year. We don't suspend students. The only reason we would ever suspend a student is if it is a legal issue, bringing a weapon to campus, things of that nature. It's not part of our philosophy, and so we've been able to support a lot of districts in reducing that number. And then we were able to transition 65 of those roughly 150 students to a less restrictive environment, either from our therapeutic day program back to a neighborhood campus, or from our program at a neighborhood campus back to district programs. So once again, that's the ultimate goal of our program. One major issue that districts across the nation are facing, and you see on the news a lot, unfortunately, is improper restraints. There's a growing phenomenon post-COVID called post-pandemic aggression, where we're seeing students who have unmet mental health needs who come to school and exhibit behaviors that require them to be restrained. And oftentimes, districts are not employing staff that have been highly trained in that. Every single one of our staff members goes through professional crisis management training. If they cannot pass it, they cannot work with our students. That includes administrative assistants. If we hire a custodian, it will be every single person. Our program in Duval County, we took over a district program for them that's only serving middle schoolers. By February of our first year, we went 2 months with 0 restraints. It went back up at the end because we received a new student. But what you will typically see, first of all, restraints is an absolute last resort, but a huge reduction in the number of times that is needed. All right. We bring in all the staff for our program. We will hire a center director who acts as like a similar role as a principal, but it would be just for these kids. And the idea is that we are not taking away your campus administrators to run our programs. The idea is that your administrators have their own, I'm a former principal, you get pulled in a million different directions. These kids need somebody that is devoted to them 100% of the time. And if they're at a neighborhood campus, oftentimes you see the administrators being pulled away. So we recruit and hire our own staff. Many of these positions are very hard to fill, typically for districts. Many times we will see vacancies for positions such as board certified behavior analysts sitting open for years at a time. We recruit nationwide. We have an entire recruitment team who will bring these people here. In some cases, we have relocated people. When we brought 50 or 60 people to Columbus, Georgia, I promise you there was not that many people in that area. We had to bring them there, and that's what we're prepared to do. What we would be looking at for year one would be 4 classrooms. They would be up to 10 students each. The district would be identifying these students. Many of the students are already well known to the district because they're placed in a day treatment type program already. Some are in other district programs, but we would hire that the program director, a curriculum and instruction specialist, 2 mental health therapists, 4 special education teachers, 8 aides, 2 behavior specialists, and 1 admin assistant for a total of 19 staff members devoted to these 40 students. Typically, and I will let Ms. Wimbish talk about this, we're very cost competitive with the way districts are already serving these students. When you factor the costs of out-of-district placements, one-to-one paraprofessionals, oftentimes our cost comes in under that, and without the need to send kids out of district. I think that's my last slide.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. So just to kind of summarize what we're doing here, to children. So this initiative will allow for our schools to operate, but we can still support the children. And it takes a lot of hands to do this work. So I know you hear about all of these different individuals, but for example, the curriculum specialists, we've got to also make sure that the children move academically. The behavior therapists, some days, and we went to Muskogee, and I have never seen swift movement in a situation like that in my life, and I've done special ed for 30 years. It is like a well-oiled machine, and that is what we need for our children. A lot of our children aren't performing academically because they have so many behavioral issues, and it's just been challenging for us to staff these positions to keep this work going. So that is the reason for this work with Chance Light. As he mentioned, we will be able to see a decrease in the behaviors, all of these things with this work. Additionally, we're already spending this money, and I know that may be one of the questions, we're already spending it. So we're not trying to go on top of what we're spending. We're just trying to utilize the funds that we have more effectively and appropriately. This will come from our DEA funds, our federal funds for special education. It's right now a 2-year initiative. Of course, the goal is to continue. And as I mentioned, our phase 2 is to move into an off-site location, so we will have additional classrooms. So those classrooms that we are starting this year would still be in place the next year. It's just that we will be moving to a more intensive support program in an off-site in the district. Any questions?
Mr. Wilson.
I'm still curious of the cost.
Say again?
The cost.
So for this year, it's $1,800,000. And that will cover, of course, working with Chance Light, the hiring of the staff, making sure that everyone is trained, and implementing the program. And we are building this out, so we probably will not spend this year, simply because we're, for lack of better words, we're starting from scratch. So we definitely probably will not get anywhere near it, or of course exceed it. But that's the cost for this year in year 1.
Ms. Bowen.
Thank you for saying that you're going to, this is money that's going to displace other funding that you're currently
Absolutely.
using for out of, did I interrupt somebody?
No, absolutely. I was going to say absolute. That's absolutely correct, Ms. Bowen.
Okay, and you know where those monies are going now, and they are going to stop once we get this contract, that's right?
I do, and all of this, of course, is going to be over time. For example, you've heard me come to the board about Impact Family Counseling. That's our day program where we are sending children off campus. We're going to have to still continue that this year, but the goal is to phase that out. So in year 2, we will be phasing that out. So eventually, we'll be bringing those students back into the district. So the money that we've been spending for Impact will go into this initiative.
Then also the money that we spend for behavioral aids that we have littered throughout the district will be reduced
Correct.
as well.
Ms. Williams.
I was trying to direct over here. Like, Mr. Phillips could have gone. No, I like this. I mean, I am happy to hear that we are, like, you are systemically thinking about what we are doing long-term for our students who are having behavioral challenges. And depending on whatever those circumstances are, I would like for you to share just a little bit more about, so I can get a better clarity on when you say we are looking at having an off-site facility. What does this mean, and what does this look like?
So this year, of course, we will be looking at our schools that right now have had programs. We don't have teachers. So they will be helping us to continue those classrooms. In our year 2, we will be building out and putting additional classrooms at an off-site location in a building in the district.
Yeah,
Meaning students will be
we're looking at, they will be what?
Are we saying transported to?
So we are looking at our Center Street, West Center Street building to build that out as a location for these students. Right now, as Mrs. Winbush indicated, the students are in in the regular school setting, and it really is not the best and most ideal place to provide these students with the level of supports that they have. And for us as a district, because the classes are so spread out, the services, are not to the same level that we would want it to be. So by concentrating those students in this building, we can provide them with additional services and supports. So the Center Street building, the West Center Street building, is the building that we're looking at for our off-site location.
Okay.
I was going to let Dr. Sullivan say that.
You wanted him to say that? You didn't want to spill the beans? You wanted him to say it? Thank you, Dr.
But to
Sullivan.
make sure you have clarity, we will still have the school-based classrooms in year 2. That will just be an additional expansion. And let me explain to you why we're doing that. There are some children that need temporary placements, meaning they're going for a specific reason. There may have been some discipline issues that we need to do some intervention and things of that nature. But we also have children sometimes that are coming from facilities. And sometimes, even within a school setting, is not the most appropriate location to have the child to come into the district. So we need to have tiered options to support our students. So that will just allow for IEP teams to make decisions based on the intensity of the supports that the student needs.
Got it. Visualizing, so these, how are we identifying these particular, identifying, but in the sense of, you understand what I'm trying to ask? Okay, because I'm thinking, so we have, it's not like DUPE alternative because of behavior alone. We're talking about other types of supports that those students need. And so.
Yeah. To your point, yes, and the difference with DUPE is punitive for students who are misbehaving. These are students, because of their disability, their behavior is a manifestation of that. So you don't want to punish a child for behaving in a way that is indicative of his disability or her disability. So you want to provide those supports. So we don't want it to be seen as a DUPE punishment alternative school. We want it to be more of a therapeutic, supportive, trying to address whatever these underlying issues are these students have. And I'm not the special ed person, but
he is doing
that was pretty good, Dr. Sullivan. That was pretty good. This excites me because I think my colleagues and I, we probably could collectively acknowledge that we've seen over the past maybe year where your department has been intentional about even addressing the academic outcomes of students who fall in that population, so much so that it's been tied into the strategic plan, and we now receive data reports on that. So I think the idea that we could have them in a location where they're going to get not only that discipline support, but then the academic supports they need from whatever those identifying factors are. And so I also see, because you all know that, I'm a part of this concept that there are multiple ways that students learn in different academic environments. And so when we think about even internally, what if the district identified this as a model for the first 2 years to see what types of impacts we're having, so that we can actually build out our own school within the district that supports families who need these these specific services that we have in place.
That's the goal. That's the West Center Street.
Okay, go BCS, as the children in the 2000 does, not the 1900.
Mr. Billups?
I just want to say I'm very supportive and glad to hear that. I've just in a conversation with several principals about that very issue, and to hear you saying this, it is very encouraging, but also looking longitudinally about how we can. I think you addressed as well with West Center Street School, what locations would this actually be applicable in, and I think it's a great and commendable task we'll move forward with. So, thank you.
Ms. Williams?
Thank you. I am too. I'm excited, but I'm thinking about relationships matter, and our partnerships that we've had with impact counseling over the years has mattered. So I am curious as to what does that transition away looks like. Are we talking about severing our relationship, or are we talking about we're still going to have a partnership but in a different capacity?
So it would sever the relationship. It doesn't mean that parents cannot receive mental health services from Impact. A lot of parents reach out to Impact on their own, and so they, of course, can continue to do that. But the only partnership that we had was for our students to go to their day school. So, of course, we are bringing those students in to provide those services ourselves.
I said it was the last one, but this is really good. So we're talking about, in this proposal, 40 students. Do we have the 40 students? I mean, the school is not in yet, but do you have sort of a criteria?
If my principal colleagues were here, they would tell you yes.
Was that a shout that they were supposed to be? No, just
No. I was just referring to what Mr. Billups stated. We have already done some preliminary discussions around children that we feel are appropriate. I've already done that with my team. So once we get these locations staffed, we will be able to have the children there, for sure.
And this is K-12? This is not a specific grade level?
K-12.
Okay.
K-12.
Mr. Sullivan?
Yeah, just real quick, back to the partnerships that we already have. I think you had mentioned it's part of phase one. I know you mentioned like Impact. Is it the same as is it Brothers Let's Talk and Strive, or are those totally different?
Well, Impact does a lot of work around mental health. They have a day school program. They also still provide therapy services, but we are just utilizing the day school program for what we were doing for special education.
Okay, so the other partner, I guess, what is it, Brother Let's Talk? Is that a partner?
Yes, that's just another vendor that we're using in our SEL component.
Okay, but we're going to be continuing.
It doesn't have any impact on any of that.
And I heard you say we possibly have, students already identified, and I heard also that it's tough to fill these positions, so when would we start if approved, and then like how quickly could you, hire the staff, and is that an issue?
Absolutely. We can't make any guarantees. We are 100% committed to finding the best people, and we don't ever compromise on that based on any type of arbitrary timeline. So typically, what we've been able to do in the past, it depends a lot on the time of year. So, for example, we're starting 2 programs in the Dallas area this year. We had a signed contract in early June. They're already completely staffed here on July 22nd. This is a tougher time of year to hire, and so that's why I would typically tell you 90 days from the time that the contract is signed. But one thing that we can do is what we would call a rolling start. And as we are able to staff certain classrooms and we have that center director in place, we can go ahead and start that classroom. We can start with, in communication with your special education department, what grade levels are the most significant need. A lot of times right now, K through 2 is actually the highest need with students like this. We could start that classroom first and then build out the rest as we go. But it is 100% going to be based on us finding the right people. And as fast as that recruitment goes, is as fast as we can start.
Okay, so how does that look like if you can't find the staff? Would that be like a collaboration with, BCS and, Chance Light? Or is it going to be you can't do the job until you hire somebody? Like, how does that typically look?
Typically, we won't do the job until we can hire people. But as she was saying, that we're not expecting to use that full amount this year. We're also not charging you until we actually have people in your classrooms working with these students. So, for example, if we are able to serve students for 80% of the year, 80% of the total school days, then it would be 80% of that amount. There would be no financial impact to the district if we're not actually serving students.
And even if they don't have teachers in place, we are obligated as a school district to provide services to those students. So that process will still continue until the changeover will happen.
Okay, thank you again, Sidek, about this potential. So thank you.
I just want to say to Ms. Wimbush, I was telling Dr. Sullivan this year the new funding formula was passed that earmarks more additional dollars for our SPED students through the RAISE Act. And one of the pieces of the legislation is accountability to ensure that those dollars are used specifically for those student groups. And the legislature is supposed to increase those dollars over time. It's student-weighted funding formula, which you guys are probably familiar with in other states. But I'm just excited that you're already thinking innovatively about how we can move the academic outcomes for these students. And I think just what we see across the nation and a lot of schools in Alabama is there are no expectations for students who are in SPED departments. And there's just no expectations. And the numbers, Alabama is one of the lowest funded states when it comes to our special education in the country. And so that's why the outcomes, we also perform the worst in the nation when it comes to SPED students. So again, just kudos to you, Ms. Wimbush, thinking, very innovatively and thinking forward about how we can, continue the success. So just thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You want to say something? Yes, if I may. First of all, I just want to thank the board, Dr. Sullivan, Ms. Wimbush, for allowing us to come in to give you an overview of Chance Light. What I have for you all today is our student achievement report. I'm going to, if I may hand it out. And this report gives you a detailed, in-depth data on our programs across the nation. We have 250 partnerships across the United States. We've been around for over 50 years. If you have a chance to look at it, I would say look from page 10 to 13. You will see our academic performance as well as how we improve our behavior and student outcomes. And I also brought some little goodies, some toolkit pens with a flashlight and TSA approved manicure sets as well. You can travel with it. But again, thank you for this opportunity for us to work in partnership with you. It is our mission to make sure that all of our students are excelling, exceeding, regardless of their disability, regardless of their economic level of backgrounds they may come from. These are the students that we serve. We want them to succeed and be successful in life, and this is a proven program. I do invite the board to come and take a tour of our other programs around the country, but what you're doing here today is game changer for those students, and you'll be able to build your own program and service those students with fidelity. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Wimbush, you still have a lot more to go.
Okay. Thank you all so much for that. So the next items that I have that I'll present tonight are all renewals. This is Eris Stages Learning. I actually have Rachel in the Zoom, but they've been having some technical difficulties, so she may not be able to chime in. So this is a renewal. This is our curriculum for our students with autism spectrum disorder.
Ms. Wimbush,
Yes,
excuse me, can you tell the board which number you're on now?
this is Eris Stages Learning.
It was
I didn't
right,
name
I
my-
think it's right before Chance Light, yeah. F, it's F, okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am. Sorry, no problem.
Again, this is actually our third year of implementation with this program. This is the curriculum that I presented to you for our students in our self-contained classrooms with autism. It is a language-based program that's utilized on the premises of ABA, which is applied behavior analysis. A lot of this work is typically done by what we call BCBAs. However, we utilize this program and train our teachers to implement those strategies with the students in the schools. We want to continue this for the upcoming year, utilizing our IDEA funds, not to exceed $240,000. I would like to just show you some data points really quick, just to kind of show you where we are. And I think it too fast on me. So what have we been doing? We've been working on utilizing more evidence-based practices with our students with disabilities, strengthening their skills of the students and the staff for improved outcomes, and consistency and feedback on what's happening in our classrooms and heightened student engagement. So we want to make sure that our students are working every day, all day, even in our self-contained classrooms. We want those environments to be just as intentional as our regular classrooms. So if you look at the data points, you may not be able to see it, but I'll share with you that our baseline is the orange color, and the blue color is our progress. At the bottom of the chart, those are all of those skill-based areas that the teachers work with the students. And I won't get into the details of that, but it just shows you that the trajectory of the students are continuing to improve. Our next steps for this upcoming year is just, of course, to keep doing what we're doing and continuing to take a deep dive into our data. Just keeping in mind that some of these students still do take the ACAP. Some of them are taking the summative assessment, and some of them are taking the alternate assessment. But the alternate assessment data is counted into our district data. So we have to make sure that those students show outcomes that are positive as well. And if you can hear, Rachel, if you want to just chime in on this really quickly, and then we'll go to questions.
Absolutely. Are you guys all able to hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. So really going back quickly to that first one, that first slide, making sure that you kind of understand here that this is, first of all, just a giant testament to the work of Ms. Wimbush and her entire team. They have really not only focused so much on the improvement of the students within the special education atmosphere, but this is also a testament to the work that they're doing to improve special educators. Because everything that you see here is really working toward facilitating learning. So not only are they working to improve, great delivery of content, but that content then is improving the outcomes for our students. So then if you take a look at that second slide again and take that, deeper dive into student data, there we really start to see that trajectory, and the numbers don't lie. You see here, those graphs show growth towards randomized, 2 students here from that baseline from between 3 months and 6 months. And you'll see through the coaching that our team is doing in conjunction with Nakia White, the other program specialists, and really working again through that overarching theme of accountability and forward progress. We're working hand in hand to make sure that our goals are, data-driven, targeted, and then that coaching works with teachers to meet them where they are. So that impactful professional development is meeting those teachers in a way that helps them better meet the needs of their students. And then you can see those numbers are showing excellent growth and continued a trajectory then that we hope to continue into this next year of 25-26.
Thank you, Rachel. Any questions?
Just quickly, I know it's a renewal. You don't have to have this information for us now, but I would be curious to know of the 50 classrooms, just in this previous year that we've used this particular partner, what has been the utilization of the teachers, the supports that they have inquired about or asked for to sort of get this? This is great data too. We can't really see the numbers, but I know when colors grow, I know what that means. So, and they decrease, so that's, this is good to
I can
share.
get that to you.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
I was going to be a little long tonight, so I didn't bring, some of it I didn't bring, but okay, I can get it to you.
Thank you, Ms. Wimbush. You can go ahead to the next one.
Okay, thank you, Rachel. The next item is GoBook. This is a renewal. This is the online platform that our teachers use to assist them with developing standard-based IEPs that are compliant and legally compliant with federal guidelines. This particular agreement is from year to year. It's not to exceed $100,000. We also continue to utilize this with our new teachers and our novice teachers, especially some of our temporarily certified teachers that are coming into the profession and require intensive training. So this allows them to have a resource to utilize to assist them in developing their IEPs and also intervention strategies to support those goals.
H. Yeah.
Thank you.
It's okay. Thank you, Ms. Wimbush.
Our next one is a renewal as well with Presence Learning. This is to renew the contract for Presence Learning to continue to provide us remote-related services for special education students who require speech and language therapy services. This is a platform that's HIPAA compliant that our students are participating in for virtual services. The contract is for August until the August of 26, not to exceed $800,000. I will explain that amount. If you may recall, I had to come to you twice about this contract last year, and I had to increase the amount. So this is just a projection of the funding with that increase from last year that I think we'll need to move forward. And this is coming out of IDEA funds as well. And the last one, and I put all of these on one slide, this is just our yearly memorandum of agreement with all of our STCs that are within our LEA. This is a requirement by the Alabama State Department of Education. We, of course, disperse their funds through our district. However, we also have educational oversight at those STCs as well. And this is just a renewal of our agreement that is required by the State Department.
Thank you, Ms. Wimbush. I do want to say for the listening audience who might not know all of the acronyms and jargon, see, look at me, IDEA, not IDEA, but IDEA. Those are federal dollars. And so when you hear things on the news at night and they're talking about a reduction of federal funds, these are the programs. And the last, items that Ms. Wimbush has presented are coming from those funds. And so I just think it's important that the public understands what that means and the impact those reductions have on children. Again, every dollar equals impact for a child. And I just think so many people, we hear it, and when you come to these meetings, it's easy to kind of glaze over all of the acronyms. But when you hear it on the news, you can envision the children whose lives are changed by those programs. So thank you, Ms. Wimbush.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, I'm going to ask Dr. Williams to come up, and the next few items are from Dr. Williams, and the first one is the Jones Valley Teaching Farm. Dr. Williams.
Good evening, Board President Meadows.
Good evening.
Superintendent Dr. Sullivan, and our board members. We are excited to bring to you with tonight one of our partners that you know very well. And of course, we have Dr. Clarissa Wright-Reese, Director of Post-Secondary. We want to partner again for how many years with Jones Valley Teaching Farm. And Ms. Story was not able to join us tonight, but we have her team members. I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves. And who's leading tonight? You are? Okay, all right, go ahead.
Good evening. Leah Hillman, Director of Educational Programs and Partnerships.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Rita Means. I'm the Chief Operating Officer.
Hello, thank you for having us. I'm Erin Roy, Director of Development and Communications.
Good evening. Matt Nesbitt, Farm Director.
Okay, we always start with our mission. Jones Valley Teaching Farm uses food as a foundation so that young people can lead, create, and grow a healthy future for themselves and their community. Food is our foundation and people grow here. We envision communities inspired by food and transformed by youth.
And we are coming to y'all tonight to kind of talk about this lofty goal that is the next phase for Jones Valley, and that is for us to reach all 20,000 Birmingham City School students with good school food and food-based education. So currently we operate 8 teaching farms on Birmingham City School campuses, and with that are able to service around 3,500 students each year on those teaching farms with our staff. This next phase of growth for us that we've talked about and presented to y'all before, I believe last fall was our first time bringing y'all this item, is our hydroponic expansion. And so this hydroponic expansion will bring good school food to 8 additional schools on the west side, strictly within the Jackson-Olin feeder pattern. So that's Brown, Minor, Wylam, Central Park, Southampton, Bush Hills STEAM Academy, Green Acres, and Jackson-Olin. These indoor farm labs, as we're calling them, using that hydroponic or CEA technology, so that's controlled environment agriculture, are utilizing previously unused greenhouse spaces or science classrooms in those schools. Through this, we will see 3,700 more Birmingham City School students each year, so that brings our total closer to 40% of that overall goal. These programs also provide a path to technology and horticulture CTE credits for high school students, and have the potential to bring close to 4,000 pounds of fresh local produce to those students and their families and communities. Staffing for this from our side would be a CEA farm manager and assistant farm manager to produce that amount each year and run maintenance and assistance to those school sites.
Okay, the next slide is our overall good school food budget, which supports the work that we do with Birmingham City Schools at a total of $1,549,900 or $1 million. And that is just including salaries for our instruction, education, farm operations, and then also our YPE program, which supports our high school students across all high schools. Our value impact, in addition to the work that we are doing in the schools, we also opened up the Center for Food Education in support of field trips and venue rentals, and also professional development for Birmingham City Schools. That was an added value of $59,000 that does not directly affect the actual educational programming that we do, and something that we want to continue to do, especially with field trips for our students.
So what are the next steps? I believe we talked about this timeline last fall, and so just as an update, all of those classrooms for those hydroponic labs have been identified, and those labs have been installed. Shout out to the operations team who has helped greatly with that. It was a big lift in February, specifically getting all of those materials into those spaces and operational. And it's still also a work in progress as we troubleshoot some of those as well. So all of those systems are installed. Some of them, even like at Minor and Brown, students were able to interact with them through our food corps members who were at those sites this past spring. Where we are currently is trying to schedule teacher training with New York Sunworks, which is the partner who we've brought in to help us install those. They're also providing the curriculum. They'll run a teacher training for Birmingham City School teachers who are identified at those 8 partner schools in August or September. We also think this year will be a pilot, so after those teachers are trained, the launch of the Good School Food CEA model will take place with a ribbon cutting specifically at Jackson Olin. It says September 2nd, but I know that date has changed and is tentative at the moment. So that's where we are in terms of next steps.
And we come to you tonight requesting your support, your continued support in the amount of $200,000 for our current programming and the expansion work that we'll be doing.
Thank you. Any questions?
Well, I'm excited. 2 things. The first thing is very serious. I love how you all start with the high number of 1.9, but then only ask us for 200,000. As an old sales rep, that's a very good tactic. Start high and go low. But no, again, just great partnership. We see the results, and I'm just excited about it coming to the west side. And the opportunities to teach students skills that will impact them for the rest of their lives. And so these are skills that many of us in here don't have. I can't grow anything, but my grandmother had the best garden in her backyard, and I renovated her old home. So hearing this just gives me excitement for our children and the opportunities it makes for them. I also want to give, Matt thought he wasn't going to come up here, but I'm glad he did decide to walk up. So it's good to see Matt. But no, I'm excited. Colleagues, any questions? Mary?
I got a quick question. Did we do 200,000 last year, and so this is a similar number?
So if you remember, we did ESSER funding the last 3 years, so I think it was 500 each year.
Oh, so
Yeah,
this is
that was
down.
ESSER funding, yes.
Okay, got it.
Ms. Harville?
Hi, good evening. It's good to see the steps that have been completed since the last time you guys came out. And I raised this question, and I'll ask it again on tonight because it's not included in the 8 sites, but I just wanted to know, since you have teacher training coming up in August and September, is there any room? Washington has a hydroponics lab I mentioned last time, and just wondering, is there any opportunity to just kind of love on the lead science teacher over there? If they needed any help, the school is now nationally STEM certified.
Yeah.
And I had been invited out a couple times to help with the hydroponics labs they typically work on them, I think, on Fridays. So I just wanted to throw that back out there while you guys are on the western side.
Yeah, and we've been in talks, I think, with Washington K8 over the last couple of months too. And Dr. Williams told me to tell you, yes, that will happen.
Excellent.
But yeah,
Thank
we would
you.
love to include them.
Ms. Bourne?
What about the CTE credits? How has that played out?
So once they reach high school, they go into the agri-science or agriculture pathway, and they complete that pathway, and that's where they earn high school credit. And just like any other pathway, if they complete the 3 courses in sequence, then they complete. But what is so exciting is that by them having exposure all the way up, that will significantly increase their interest and knowledge about what's possible and just, wanting to continue to be involved.
Do we know what numbers that we had that got a CTE pathway, or could you provide us with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Williams?
Just adding on to the pathways point too, we're just thinking about just our marketing with parents, and maybe this is something that you all do at the teaching farm so that they understand, because this year starts those additional requirements or are starting as early as 8th grade now. So if we've had students that's been participating from 5th to currently, just the parents understanding that component to them getting 3 consecutive years would then have them eligible to receive at least 1 CCR credit one category, which is all you need to essentially graduate, determine that you are college and career ready. So just thinking about how we could be intentional with that sort of information with the parents of students who are participating. But thank you all for this partnership. It's extremely valuable to our students. And even me, I was able to extract DNA from a strawberry. So I was excited about that.
All right, thank you, Dr. Williams. Next, we have Kids First. And I
Yes.
think we have a couple of our principals here, Dr. Randall and Ms. Williams.
Thank you. Yes, we have with us Dr. Randall, Jones Valley Middle School, and then we have Ms. Nikedra Ward Williams at Smith Middle School. Our partner from Kids First was online, but I think she had a situation and she had to go. So I will do my best to just present her presentation really quickly, but the best we have are our principals who would like to partner with Kids First. So I'll definitely make sure you have time to speak. So really quick, and last spring, I think it may have been earlier this year, no, early last year, we partnered with Kids First initially at Winona High School, and they came to us with a proposal to work with Winona. I think Dr. Goldsmith used them for tutoring with his high school students. They do have a blueprint in Alabama, across the United States, that are widely known company that does a lot of work with schools, with coaching. They do high dosage tutoring. They work with schools based on their needs. They have a model for coaching, but we have utilized them mostly for high dosage tutoring. Smith and Jones Valley both have different proposals, and I would much rather let you hear what they're asking from Kids First to do at their school. So Ms. Ward Williams and then Dr. Randall.
Basically,
Turn on that. There you go.
okay, so at Smith Middle School, the proposal from Kids First is basically to provide that additional coaching to our teachers, because many of our teachers lack that coaching as far as to provide high quality instruction to our students and enhancing teaching and learning at Smith Middle School. So them providing that additional coaching for our teachers as well, which allows our teachers to provide that additional support for our students. I think that's one of the reasons I really want to partner with Kids First.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Jones Valley, as you all know, has a history of low performance. Our proposal from Kids First is for coaching as well as tutoring. We want them to work with both our students and our teachers in our ELA classes. We did make some significant gains using iReady as a platform and also Savvis, but our teachers are on emergency certificates and don't have that background knowledge in education. They're trying, I'm trying, and my coaches are trying, but we were able to make gains when we had a consultant company to come in to support those teachers one-to-one. We saw a big change, and that's how we were able to make some gains, but we're looking to make sure that we're meeting the mark in proficiency with our students.
I just want to reiterate, both schools did make gains, and we are very proud of both of them. Thank you. Any questions?
Ms. Williams.
We just applauded exactly what I was going to say. Congratulations to both of you all for making the gains that you have had. And then just a special shout out to you, Dr. Williams, for your work over at Smith Middle School. I remember a couple years back, we were trying to figure it out from the dais, and we figured it out. And the thing that excites me the most is that, we heard a lot of grasshoppers before you took on this role. And since you've been in that position, we've heard crickets. And that means a lot, at least, from a leadership standpoint, to know that the community, the families, the students, even the staff is bought into your leadership, and both of you ladies' leadership, but particularly because you're on the east side, that's what I hear over there. But just really proud of your leadership. Thank you, Dr. Sullivan, for, making this appointment, and the board for making this her. I do not know her from a can of paint. I just know that she was, and we are not related, but I just, because you all have to say that from time to time, but I really do, I recall just, there were community concerns, and after you served as interim, and then you've now been serving as the principal at Smith Middle School, and just really do appreciate that. I mean, literally, to me, sometimes when I drive past the school, I don't know if you have a non-littering program or something going on, but you can just tell a difference. And so we have not seen you all here, and also kudos to you for, I'm not sure where, are you all asking your Title I, so you are asking for your Title I funding to support this, but that is, you all should be applauded for that, because as leaders, you're seeing what supports have helped and what could continue to help. And so just thank you for your leadership in the district and for serving families.
Mr. Wilson, then Ms. Harville.
Now you know.
We do.
First of all, I want to echo your sentiments to Dr. Ramsey as well. When we first got on this board, there was a behavioral problem at Jones Valley. And she went in and emulated, and I'm not going to say Joe Clark, but it was something extraordinary. What you've done with the behavioral problems in that school is absolutely amazing. The kids are at school to learn now. The way you deal with adversity and the problems that come up is just impressive. But I knew it was going to happen, Doc. You said it. When you have people who are from the community, who go to these schools in Birmingham system, they love the students in their community. These are the results we get. I am so proud of you, Dr. Randall. And I'm not just saying that because she's a product of Winona.
West End.
There's no such thing as West End High School. It doesn't exist. Doesn't exist.
I see Mr. King back there. He's kind of angry.
But just wanted to publicly commend you both. I know it takes teamwork, and you guys have done an extraordinary job of bringing your team together and making it work. We're just so proud. And I got my chest stuck out. I want to reveal some information that I know I'm not allowed to reveal at this moment, but I am so proud of the work that both of you have done for our students. Thank you so much.
Ms. Harville.
I said he should have let me go first. I'll be really quick. I'm also very proud and also share the sentiments of my colleagues here of all the work and the growth that you all have made. And so I wanted to publicly congratulate you and thank you for coming out this evening, staying back, and being here to advocate for continued effectiveness in your schools.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Sullivan and Mr. Billups.
I guess we didn't echo it enough, but again, thank you for the games and the great work that y'all are doing, and of course a special shout out to my Stillmanite. It's a weird word.
Hey, well, real quick, I don't like to talk very much, but you do notice when you walk through the halls that there's actual teaching and learning going on. You see it in the faces of the students that they are cared for, and even in the conversation with parents as well. And so I just want to commend you to continue the work that you're doing. You have the support of this entire board behind you to make sure that teaching and learning continue to be first and foremost and providing a safe environment for our students. So thank you all again.
And I want to say, I want to echo as well. Mr. Sutherland, echoes don't end. If you didn't know that, they never stop. But to something that Ms. Williams said about Ms. Williams is that when we all represent districts, for those who don't know, who are listening, and all of our districts are, landlocked. So we have specific schools in our area. So I don't hear a lot about other sides of town, but you hear about some when things aren't going right, and no matter where you are. And so I have not heard, all I can tell you is, and that's the same thing people say about us in the community, I'll add that in there, but I haven't heard anything about Smith, and that's a great thing. That lets me know that you're doing an amazing job, Ms. Williams, and that just wasn't the case when we first got on the board, and I'm just saying that, it just wasn't the case over the time that we've been here. And so, I know it's a hard job. I know it's hard. I know all of our jobs are hard. I just want to celebrate you. The last 2 years we've had some hills to climb, and I'll end on this, leadership matters. And I'm a strong believer in that. Leadership matters. So I applaud you all. Thank you so much. Mr. Wilson.
And the point I was making before I explained to you all that there is no such thing as West End High School, Dr. Randall is what I was intending to say is a product of Jones Valley herself. She's a former student at Jones Valley Middle School. So again, kudos. Thank you so much.
Mr. Wilson's not aware that the man behind him, who is armed, I think he went to West End High School. So, see, there we go. There we go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we're gonna ask Dr. Washington if she would come up as well, and we have a presentation from Better Basics.
Yes, as Dr. Sullivan said, we are bringing back a district proposal for Better Basics. I have Ms. Catherine Godot, Dr. Lisa Washington, and of course, Dr. Dent have to leave. Oh, there she is, and Dr. Jacqueline Dent. All right, let me get to the presentation. So we're going to start with our literacy plan. She's not going to read everything because I think we did share this on July 8th.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. So like Dr. Williams mentioned, on July 8th, a lot of this information was already shared, such as the slide that you're looking at. However, we wanted to put this back in the presentation just to let you all know that we are using data in order to inform all of our decisions for third grade literacy. The same with this slide. The information that you're looking at, it's broken into two categories: professional learning and performance-based coaching, and student practice and support. So under professional learning and performance-based coaching, we talked about the different things that we were implementing in third grade. These are the practices, you all, that have consistently supported us around increasing our proficiency in third grade. Our work with district management group with breakthrough results, our ARI reading specialists, a lot of our professional learning opportunities that we're providing for teachers. But at the bottom, notice that student practice and support. If you would notice that first bullet. If you all can remember back in 2023, 2024, that academic school year, Better Basics was a part of our instructional plan. They weren't this past school year in 24-25. So one of the things that in doing a needs assessment, one of the things that we would like to include back in that plan is providing targeted support for those third grade students who are performing below grade level. Why is that so important? Because this will help to reduce some of the pressure on teachers, so to speak, regarding working with some of those students that are below grade level. So yes, the students will receive instruction from their teacher, of course, but this is a double dose of targeted instruction for those students that are performing on a first grade level. What we saw back in 2023-24 is that made a tremendous difference in helping those third grade students to meet the score requirement on the ACAP summative. So we would like to add that back into our plan. So the other bullets, I won't go over those because I did on July the 8th. On this slide, looking ahead, we also wanted to add this slide in because when we're thinking about third grade literacy, we do want to reiterate again that we definitely have to start with K2 in order to be sure that we're sending students to third grade more prepared in order to reduce some of all of the supports and structures that we have in third grade. We're going to push some of those down into K2. We've had tremendous success, not just third, fourth and fifth as well, but we want to push some of those same structures down into our primary grades. Okay. Okay.
Good evening, and thank you all so much for having me. We're excited about the possibility of partnering at the district level again to support third graders across Birmingham City Schools. I wanted to just briefly share with you tonight that although we did not have a district level partnership last year, we did have many school principals choose to have Better Basic services in their school. We were proud to serve 338 students in grades 1 through 4 across Birmingham City Schools. We do our own pre and post testing as well as collaborating to look at student data. We used an assessment called the SORT, and the average student on the SORT last year performed like a second grader in the 5th month of school at the pre-assessment. Our program is 20 weeks. That provides students with 60 sessions of direct instruction. That's small groups After those 60 sessions, which is about 20 weeks from early October until March, the average student in Birmingham City Schools was reading like a fourth grader. So they made a year and a half's progress in reading across those 20 weeks. So extremely proud of the scholars across Birmingham City Schools that we were able to partner with, and excited about the possibility of partnering at the district level. And if that works out, it does also free up the principals to utilize school funds to support first or second graders or some of those early literacy initiatives. So appreciate your consideration tonight.
Any questions?
I just want to know exactly how it's going to work in our schools, or what do you anticipate for next year?
The support from Better Basics?
Yeah.
So what we're going to do, once we have 2 different times, it can be where Better Basics is serving is what we're calling like a learning station. So teachers have whole group instruction where everyone is involved in what the teacher is providing for instruction. But then there's a time when students are working in what we call learning stations where they're working independently. Well, Better Basics can serve as those students' learning station. 3 days, it's 3 days a week for 30 minutes, and that's giving them that additional targeted support for small and group instruction.
Well, I want to thank the district for doing this, because I think it is appropriate for it to be a district level initiative, and I'm thrilled that it shows that these principals decided to do it on their own with you, but it makes great sense for the district to be doing it. So thank you, Pam. Dr. Williams.
Ms. Williams.
Way to bring your data and show your own receipts. That is really cool. I'd be interested to know what schools you all were in, but that's not really my question. My question is, since you said that we are going to use third grade beginning of the year data, is there any reason why we're not using end of the year data for the second graders who were promoted to the third grade?
Well, one of the reasons, you all, with that end of the year data, especially what I've noticed, like say if we use a data like ACAP, end of the year data, what we want to be sure of is that we are using data that we can track students' progress from the beginning to the end on that iReady assessment. So if we're using second grade data in order to place students, we want like true data in order to take a look at those students who, because just because they may have been performing at a certain level end of the year, we want fresh data in order to place those students properly.
I understand that summer program,
Yeah.
so.
That's what I was going to say. Some of those students attended summer programs, so those end of the year second grade data may not be as accurate. And then some students didn't attend summer programs, so then they may have regressed by the start of year. So that iReady beginning of the year data is probably going to be the best measure for those students and where they are at the.
We have such, it takes, how long does it take for us to get that beginning of the year data back from?
It's almost instant. We got ready to have iReady and just say it's instantaneous.
And we do the initial test.
When students come back in August, it's in August.
So we do it in August?
Yeah.
That's early.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
just a lot of tests and just a lot of questions.
Yeah,
Great
it
answers,
is.
thank you.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next, I'm going to ask Dr. Bigham if she would come up. We are very proud of, and as we indicated earlier, our social and emotional learning department. See Mrs. Burns come up as well. There was a grant written for the school district for mental health services, and so I'm going to ask Ms. Bigham if she would speak to the item that she has here with Spectrum Red. Dr. Bigham?
Good evening again.
Good evening.
Stevens. No pressure, not at all. No pressure at all.
Keep going.
We can go ahead
Yeah,
and
go
begin
ahead,
with our
Dr. Bigham.
presentation. Last year, we worked with Spectrum Red to co-author the school-based mental health grant. We received $15 million for the next 5 years to increase the number. To increase the number of credentialed school-based mental health providers and to also increase the number of students who are receiving school-based mental health services. Tonight, we have before you Spectrum Red. A part of our evaluation is a part of the grant was program evaluation. In reviewing our scores and our rubric from the evaluators of our grant application, we received full credit for the outline of our program evaluation that's going to take place through our school-based mental health grant. And now I will turn it over to Dr. Sarhan.
Thank you. I'll do my best to go through this without the presentation.
Hit your mic. You turn the mic on. There we go. Thank you.
Thank you. As Dr. Bigham said, that the School-Based Mental Health Grant is a federally funded initiative through the Department of Education to increase the number of qualified mental health services and thereby expand services to students across the Birmingham City School System. It is hoped that if this is done, it will increase or build a sustainable pipeline of qualified mental health professionals, reduce the student-to-provider ratio, as well as use data to monitor progress, improve services, and promote positive outcomes around certain outcome variables. In order to do that, we're going to track a number of data, including student-level data around the date and time students participate in services, the frequency that they participate in those services, the nature of those services, and the duration of time. We will also be looking at counseling notes so that we can determine if there are common concerns or themes across students, across schools, across providers. And we're also going to visually track the increase of those mental health professionals, again, student engagement, and the diversity of the providers that will be providing those services. Okay, so there are 5 questions that actually guide our evaluation. And again, number 1, to what extent has BCS increased the number of mental health providers? I believe the grant allows for them to hire 22 mental health providers, credentialed mental health providers. To what extent has BCS increased, or the project increased, access to timely, effective mental health services for those students? To what extent, I'm sorry, I need my glasses. Has the project affected student access to timely, effective mental health services? Has the project activities contributed to the decrease in student behavior around violent, aggressive behaviors? And has the project led to improved student engagement, including a decrease in chronic absenteeism and improved graduation rates? And in order to evaluate these questions, we're going to use a mixed methods approach where we use quantitative and qualitative data to let us know, did it work? There are 4 indicators or evaluation indicators, and they are, again, and some of this is a little bit redundant, but this is the nature of evaluation to some degree. 4 evaluation indicators: mental health workforce, again, did you increase the number of mental health providers? Did you decrease staff attrition? In other words, if you hire them, you keep them. Student services, the number of students, again, who actually receive mental health services, and the frequency and type of services received. Thank you. Behavioral outcomes, reducing incidents around violent, aggressive, and disruptive behavior. Did you improve student perception of their overall well-being and safety? And student engagement, did you decrease chronic absenteeism, and did you improve your graduation rates? Again, how are we going to evaluate that? Is going to be using a mixed method approach. In terms of quantitatively, we will be using correlation, regression, and a trend analysis. In other words, in the end, we want to know, did participation in mental health services correlate with improved graduation rates? Did participation in mental health services actually decrease chronic absenteeism? Did participation in mental health services also decrease the number of incidents involving violent, aggressive, disruptive behavior. We also want to look at a regression modeling in the end. Does participation in these services actually predict that students will graduate, or does participation in these services actually predict a reduction in chronic absenteeism and, again, disruptive behavior? We'll look at qualitative services, qualitative analyses where we evaluate those counseling notes, as well as look at those stakeholder interviews.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sarhan. Again, you will hear a lot of the points that Dr. Sarhan just discussed tie into our student well-being strategic plan data. So we're really excited to have this evaluation data as a part of the data that we analyze for the strategic plan. The funding source will be the school-based mental health grant. The amount is not to exceed $249,000 per year, for a total of $1,245,000 over the duration of the 5-year period of the grant, approximately 10% of the grant award. The contract period is July 2025 through December of 2029. And that concludes our presentation.
Just quickly, where do you anticipate working? What schools will you be in?
We will be serving students in every school. So we will have those, right now, all of our district level staff in the SEL department serve as students. We're in feeder patterns, so everyone is assigned a school. We are anticipating having 3 therapists per feeder pattern, as well as additional prevention specialists to provide targeted support.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, the next 3 items are coming from Dr. Chapman. Dr. Chapman, if you would come up. The first one is the Arbery dashboard.
Good evening. Good evening, President
Good evening.
Meadows, Vice President Collins, board members, Superintendent Sullivan. My first item N, is the Arbery Data Dashboard. This is an RFP. The item is to approve the payment to Arbery for the yearly license. This is a renewal. As you've seen several dashboards presented to you throughout this year, this is a renewal to continue that license and support the utilization of the Arbery dashboard for the 2025-2026 school year. And we have Danielle Selenrick on Zoom that will tell you more about the platform and where we're going in the future. So Danielle?
Thank you, Dr. Chapman. Would it be possible for me to share my screen, or do you all have it up already? I can't see.
I will drive the slides.
Okay. Good evening, Dr. Sullivan and Board of Education members. Thank you so much for allowing us this time this evening. As a former district administrator, I deeply appreciate this forum in which we can have conversations about good work for students, and I've been very excited to hear some of the things that you all have been working on that I wasn't aware of this evening. So the first part of our presentation this evening is really just to kind of inform you and bring you up to speed on what we've been working on this past year. So the first slide is really just about how is Arbery helping Birmingham City Schools solve these issues. Reinvesting in what matters the most, which of course you've heard a lot about tonight with students, increasing all stakeholder engagement, improving your operational efficiency by making data transparent and consolidated into one area, and then helping with that data to make confident decisions. On the next slide, this is a recap of what we've worked on and built over time. Really a big focus this past year on the items that you see in red on the screen. As you are well aware, we did build out the district's public-facing dashboard for the strategic plan, as well as did a refresh on what we call the Birmingham by the numbers, both of which are currently nestled in your website and can be viewed by your entire community. Worked very closely with Dr. Chapman, Ms. Marbury, and others in order to put together the strategic plan. I've shared with both of them what I love most about how they designed the public plan was the showcasing of visuals from around the district, using those those images of the good work in action and really showcasing your students and your staff and your leaders. So we've been really excited to get that delivered this year. We also worked really closely with members of your team, as you've already heard this evening, in visualizing dashboards around student and staff wellness, working with the Rethink Ed data. So we created 2 different dashboards for that. We also created visualizations for the MTSS work that's going on in the district and have worked closely with that team and the consultant that's working with the district on RTI implementation and helping administrators evaluate how those processes are going in their buildings. Across the Aubrey platform, we have created 33 different dashboards from the district level view, public view, as well as down through buildings, teachers, and students. So really excited about that view. On the next page, this is just a quick visual of the dashboard I think you've probably all seen that's on your district website. This is the strategic plan. We are continuing to provide updates to this as information comes in. Since this is the first visual, we'll begin to do the year-over-year growth in the areas where that applies, so that can be used as well. Here are some screenshots of the other visuals we created that I mentioned. These are the well-being dashboards that really highlight staff well-being and student well-being. And then by the numbers, it's also on your website. And then in the bottom right corner, that MTSS implementation rubric that your administrators are using on a regular basis. All of this data is filterable by student demographics, by building, some of it by teacher. You can really dive deeply into student level data or building level data through the filters in all of these different dashboards. The other thing that I'd like to mention is over the last 180 days, so basically the spring semester, there were 2,200 views of dashboards within Aubrey. So they are actively being utilized by your team there in the district, not only at the district level, but at the staff level. We were also on site earlier this month on July 8th to participate in your district professional learning events. And you can see here on the page some of the responses that we got from teachers. There was a tremendous amount of excitement for new staff that hadn't been introduced to Aubrey yet, as well as some of your experienced staff coming back and seeing things with a fresh lens, or maybe they had changed grade levels. So they're really, really excited. So overall, they rated that experience and what they learned and their excitement as a 4.6 out of 5. Which is a pretty good score for summer professional learning. On this slide on Insights, this is what we call the dashboard views. This kind of gives the top 10 or so of what is most actively used. So you can see there's a good variety. That implementation rubric is being used quite a bit by staff, by leaders, MTSS teams at the building level. Also the ACAP data, of course, behavior, being able to look at different behaviors, look at that from the lens of where are these behaviors most commonly happening, on what days are they commonly happening, just lots of different ways to slice and dice that data. And then of course, the strategic plan and others that are being viewed. So just a quick recap on where we're headed as well. We've had a lot of conversations with the teams about really deepening that data culture at the site level, making sure that those teachers are embedding, reviewing data more and more than they already are in their day-to-day practices, having conversations around students who might be at risk, students who might need additional supports, and leveraging those opportunities to come together as either grade level or vertical teams in order to do that work. We have also kicked off the work with Dr. Willis and Dr. Wright-Reese as far as we're building a college and career readiness dashboard. So that work is underway. We're excited about having that this fall so that everyone will have that as a view as well. So we kicked that off last week, so we're well underway there. Also looking at how we can continue to deepen that community impact with transparency and data. I heard a lot of things tonight in talking about things such as chronic absenteeism, maybe even a CTE dashboard. So those are some other opportunities that we have to not only help you with data inside the district, but have that transparency with your community as well. And then moving the entire MTSS process likely into Aubrey through Aubrey Forms and Plans, which is part of your partnership, so that the entire process and flow of that work can happen in one area and that data be visualized in a way that's super useful for your staff. So that was a really quick, Dr. Chapman said just a few minutes, so I'm open to any questions or anything else that you'd like to discuss.
Thank you, Danielle. Questions?
No, I just want to say, as I was sitting here and you've heard me talk about DMG and progress monitoring and I'm just curious, for those the experienced educators who've been here a while, I won't make eye contact with nobody, but I just would imagine over the past 20 years, the field has changed as far as how much analytics and how much you have to analyze knowing GMG is so important, building that capacity within the staff to be able to monitor and having these programs. I mean, we're literally tracking everything. But that's the way that you're successful. And I was thinking about, again, the John Q. Public wouldn't understand that. And, I'm also concerned deeply about some other things I won't talk about right now, but this guides the work, and it is a little bit more work, but we see the outcomes, and I just hope that the thing I'll say that kind of connects to everyone is, it's tasting the food as you cook, and so I'm just thank you. I know I've heard you say Aubrey so many times. You should have Aubrey tattooed on your arm. Like you say Aubrey so much in meetings and Dr. Chapman. So thank you, and excited to continue this work.
Mr. President, can I ask one?
Ms. Moore.
So did I understand y'all to say that this will be the platform we use to present strategic plan going forward, all aspects of it, or is it already?
It is right now on our district website how we are presenting the strategic plan to our public, and we will continue to grow it and look at tracking, progress monitoring, and metrics. Yeah, so we will grow the platform for our public.
And you should maybe consider the same level of data with us as well, so we get used to looking at it and thinking about it, in addition to some additional data that we might get on that. I mean, I'm just thinking. And then another question. I saw partners on there. Will that be something that's built out soon, the partner piece?
This year, well, yes, ma'am, that is one of the facets of Aubrey that we can build out, giving partners access to certain levels of data. We wanted to start with the district all public facing. We wanted to look at district use, teacher use. Our focus this fall is going to really be on those dashboards that Daniel just spoke about and teacher usage, putting it back in front of teachers so that they can really utilize it to dig in classroom view, knowing how to make those split-second decisions or those quick decisions, looking at the full student's data. So our focus this fall will be those new dashboards and teacher view, and then we'll be looking at other aspects of the platform.
Just a quick comment. Happy to see, excited about the dashboard of the CCR that's for the high schools that's going in. That's going to be really, especially if it's user-friendly to, parents and students themselves may be able to go in there and track and kind of see where they are or what they've taken. And then, of course, like you said, the teacher. So appreciate this. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Chapman, the next item is Healthy Kids After-School Care Program.
So we're going to ask Director Dweck and Sonia Hubbard, the Executive Director, to come and join me. So the recommendation for this item is that approval be granted to partner with Healthy Kids to facilitate the after-school program in Birmingham City Schools. And so they're going to tell you about Healthy Kids and what they can do to enhance the program we have currently in Birmingham City.
Good evening, Superintendent, Board President, Board. Thanks for inviting us today. Let's just see. Oh, yes. Thanks again for inviting us today. First, introduce ourselves. My name is Steve Dweck, the CEO of Healthy Kids. This is Sonia Hubbard. She is the Executive Director of Healthy Kids of the Southeast. We're excited to be here today. And as Dr. Chapman said, it's to talk about the proposal that Healthy Kids, to partner with Healthy Kids to facilitate the after-school program. So for today, the things to talk about in our short presentation: who is Healthy Kids, and how does that line up as a potential partner for BCS? If you said go, what would the implementation plan look like? How would it feel? What would happen? What are some of the small issues we just have to work through just to ease that glide path to get to where we need to? And if you had a childcare provider that was your partner, what could we do? What could that look like? So, who is Healthy Kids? So Healthy Kids, we are only childcare. That is all we do. We've been doing it since 2007, long enough so I need reading glasses for reading and almost everything else. We are mostly in before and after school. We partner with 144 schools right now to do not just after school, but before school as well. And in the rest of it, just give some thought to things we could do. We run 10 daycares. 4 of them are in elementary schools, mostly to retain staff. We run 14 UPK programs, 12 of which are in elementary schools. And again, that is a tight partner because we're there during the day, not just before and after school. And then finally, 38 summer programs, most of them in elementary schools, some of them full day, some of them wrap around a school summer program. So whatever you can think of childcare, we can do that. Going to go a little businessy on you. Why does it work with a large provider? It is a really difficult program to be in. The cost of running a quality program is really high, and yet no matter what the tuition is, the parents say the same thing. It's too much. It's just too much. So how can you figure out how to run great quality and keep the cost down? Economies of scale. You need to run large numbers of programs so you could really deliver the excellence at the right price. That's how we're able to do it. We are already ready to go if you say the word yes. First and foremost, we have superstar executive director in the Southeast. She lives in nearby Mississippi. She would be the point person, has already worked with Dr. Williams and Dr. Chapman on a lot of the pre-stuff. We know this business well. We already have a experienced skill registration department to get the families switching over from BCS registration to ours, make sure all the paperwork is there. We have an HR onboarding department to make sure we get the staffing right, hire the best of the best, make sure that all the staff get to the program with their credentials, background checks, the whole 9 yards, and the training. We do a lot of co-locating partnerships with public schools. Most of our programs, that's what we do. And we have hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of after-school experience. That is what we do. So how would it work if you said yes? What would that look like? Because this is a big deal. This is a really very big deal. So our 2 themes: plan the work, work the plan, but be flexible. Because plan A doesn't always happen. You need to be ready with a plan B. One of our favorite words is recalculating, like the GPS on in your car. Yep, that's what needs to happen on a regular basis. We're ready for that. The other big theme: communicate, communicate, communicate. You need to tell people early, often, what is going on. There should be no surprises. And you're dealing with change. Change is hard. So our 4 stakeholders: the district, particularly the principals, the families and their children, the staff, we'll talk a lot about that a little bit, and then what we need to do on our end, the 4 key stakeholders to make this happen. The first is the district, both the district leadership and the school principals, coming up with the MOU, of course, the agreement, identify who we work with on specific things, whether it's on the big picture, on the small details. Can we use the gym on Thursday? What's going on there? What communication does the district and the principals need to know, and when? Sometimes they need to know a lot, Sometimes they're like, you take care of it, we don't want to know. What are the roles and responsibilities? Who does what? And then just how does the operations work on a regular basis? How can we solve problems? The families. Families need to have information early and often, and they need some hand-holding with any change. So we need to make sure if this were to be a go, announce the change, share our contact information, and just make sure we tell all the families everything we know as soon as we know it. Is there a staffing change? What's the enrollment process? How is all this stuff working? They need to meet us. They need to see us. They need to understand what we're doing. We need to have family engagement events, but they're busy. Most of our parents are working. Sometimes they can't make it. We need to make it available for them virtually as well. Registration and subsidy, very important. We need to make sure we hold their hand and make sure that's smooth. And finally, don't give them an avalanche of information. They won't retain any of it. Drip, 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 drip. It works. It gets them the information they need. Staff is the hardest one. This is emotional. This is change. Families, it's going to be a big change, but hopefully the staff will stay the same, the staff. So we need to really spend a lot of time hand-holding, building trust, building assurance. We need to make sure, again, communicate. You're hearing this a lot. Tell everybody everything. We want to circle the best of the best and make sure we do everything we can to keep those staff and retain those over. And if there are vacancies, fill them instantly. We want to orient and train staff on all the best practices. We bring a lot of after-school best practices to the table. We want to bring those into the program. We want to coordinate the hiring with the district HR so it's as easy and as seamless as possible. And we understand for staff this is hard. We want to make sure that we build structures in place so it's as easy as possible and we can just increase the assurance and trust. And then for us, we need to be ready to go should you say the word go. So we have everything in place. So if you give the word, we're ready. Everything's in place. We've been working for weeks and weeks and weeks. We are ready. Just a couple of little things to work out to ease that glide path. Right now, you guys are covering SNAC, hoping that you guys could continue to fund that. Hopefully, you would allow us to use the after-school offices and the storage sheds you have in the main office. Hopefully, you would allow us to use the storage cabinets in the programs, the 21 schools. And I know you already have this in place. Could you increase the fees by $1 per day just to make sure that we can hit that sustainable rate? But I believe that's already in place. So what's the timeline? And again, this should have the word recalculate, 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 because we have to be flexible. As soon as we get new information, we need to recalculate. So up until mid-August, August 12th, if that's when you vote, we've already done a ton of work. We will be ready to go. Then you will launch the program. BCS will launch the program on August 7th. Why? We need to get licensed. We can get everything else done. We can't control one thing, and that's the license. License could take up to 90 days, hopefully less. But if we promise less, we're going to fail. We want to make sure that we over-deliver. So we want to give ourselves at least 90 days. So that second phase, district will run the program, gives us a chance to shadow, to learn, to really just build assurance, to really just get in there unobtrusively. We don't want to, but to really get all our ducks in a row. We're thinking we could get these things licensed. By the time we license, it's probably right before the holidays. So probably the best is right after the holiday break, January 5th. There's certainly a scenario where if we get things licensed faster, we could move faster with your approval. We may be, I don't know if that's a word, we may be able to get some licenses in 60 days. We may be able to open programs as early as middle October, November, but we'd rather say, let's start with January 5th. make sure there's that transition, and then January, February, March, stabilization time. Make sure that we're stabilizing, make sure we're asking across the board, how are we doing? How can we do better? What do we mess up? How do we fix that? So that it is seamless and smooth. But as Dr. Seuss said, the places we could go if you had a child care partner. Right now, you have after-school programs in 21 schools. Certainly going to the 27 elementary K through 8 programs. But just put yourself in the position of someone who actually works, earns an hourly wage. Whenever there's no school, they might not get paid. There's that opening shift they can't get to because the bus doesn't come until a certain time. What if there was a before-school program? They could get that early shift. What if there is a schools out program that anytime the school is not open, we could have programs? Anytime school had a half day, we had a half-day program. What if we said, people have to work 5 days a week, 52 weeks a year for the most part? Could we offer programming all of those days? What about daycare? Is there an opportunity to run daycare inside the elementary schools at a minimum to retain your pregnant or new moms? How do you retain those staff? And maybe even more. This partnership, if you had a childcare partner, could do all sorts of things. What if you wanted to run evening programs and your parents said, oh, I'd love to come, but I need childcare. We could do childcare. What about Saturday? What about Sunday? Oh, the places we could go.
I think so.
So what we went over today, quickly, Dr. Chapman said you need to be quick. I wanted you to get to know Healthy Kids as a potential partner. Do we line up with your vision of what you want from a childcare partner? If you did say yes, what would it look like? Is everything well thought out? Is everything built out? What are a couple of decisions we just got to make to just ease that glide path? And again, think big in terms of a childcare partner, not just after school. It could be so much more. So I thank you for your time. I was quick, I think, went over everything, but if you have any questions.
You were thorough. Mr. Collins, then Ms. Harville.
So, thank you for your presentation. Just a couple of clarifying points. Are we saying we're turning our after-school program over?
That's what the proposal is.
So
that they would be managing our after-school care programs using the staff that our existing staff, at no cost to us.
At no cost to us.
At no cost.
No cost.
To BCS, no cost.
So we have tried this before.
At a cost.
Oh, yeah, and yes, we did, and yeah, that didn't work. So let me ask you this question. When you said about the license, are you saying because you have to be DHR approved for the license? Is that what's taking you 90 days?
Yeah, and that's just required by
So
law.
you can collect the subsidy from?
Just so we can operate.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't just you can run a childcare program.
Now, I run a childcare license. It was talking about being approved through DHR in order to do that.
Yes.
Okay. So the parents, I guess I'm trying to see the advantage to our parents, because I'm talking to parents now, and they're talking the things that I'm hearing is that, hey, it's kind of pricey for us to put, what can we do, and I have to explain a lot of times that the money that we were using to pay for child care was through ESSER funds, and so if it's one thing that I think would go a long way with parents, if they could find a way to bring that cost down, and so I'm just. I guess I'm trying to see the motivation behind us turning this over to somebody.
I can, and Ms. Glover, if you want to chime in, back in 2016, we received $45,000, I think, to support child care, after-school care from the city. That money was cut, and that was part of the process that Mr. Kuanas is referencing when we had the two partners that we actually paid a fee to, and we were actually losing money then. In addition to that, that problem with the after-school care has been a problem since 2016, where we have been losing money steadily since 2016, and we in fact are paying from the general fund to fund our after-school care programs now. And so we are not in a position, and I think I had this conversation with the board when we were coming off of ESSER, when we were moving away from after-school care, that model just wasn't sustainable for us. And so we've been looking for an after-school care partner where we could provide the same quality, and in some ways more consistency of quality across sites because of the programs that they have. Also having a diversity of programs so the kids can have activities in after-school care that they would not lose any kind of quality. And then at the same time, the funding amount, I think it's going to be the same amount that we submitted to the state, right?
Submitted 55.
Yeah. So it wouldn't be a raise for the students when they take over, but it also provides us with an opportunity to provide that same service, consistent quality across sites, and then we are out of the after-school care business because we are not financially able to sustain this model indefinitely. Ms. Glover, am I correct in saying that?
That's correct. The only thing that I'll add is that it's not really self-supporting, and because of the salaries that's already coming out, those salaries, regardless of how many students pay or don't pay, those salaries still remain on a monthly basis.
And I remember having a conversation with Dr. Chapman a few years ago, even before around 2020, when she said we're going to have to make a decision about after-school care because each superintendent has kicked that ball down the road to the next person, to the next person, to the next person, as the debt began to get deeper and deeper. And at some point, we have to stop bleeding, and we have to make a real decision about how do we serve our students on one hand and also be financially, physically responsible on the other hand as well.
I have a question. Oh, I'm sorry.
Ms. Harville, then Mr. Wilson.
I went through.
Are you, go ahead, Mr.
So, because he was explaining, I can tell you, I'm still, for me, I don't see how this solves the problem for the parent, because the parent that we're talking, I understand that we have, the financial responsibility that we have, but for the parent, it's multiple children and cost, and that's what they're focused on. They may have a great program and it might deliver great services, but like you said, it's no good when I can't afford it, and that's what I'm hearing. It's not that we don't have, productive things going on there. It's the ability to actually pay for it.
When we first priced out, after we came off of ESSER, the current director, she looked across the district, across the region, and so we came up with an amount that was fair and lower than the majority of our neighboring programs, after-school care programs, daycare programs, and so we're still comparable to that. We do still have those multi-child discounts that will still be in effect. They're in effect now, and they will continue to be in effect. So we're still giving those discounts for multiple children. And comparatively, we are still at the 55 per week. It's still a lower cost than the majority of our
So at this point, we won't be providing, only thing we'll be paying for are the snacks and.
That is the request, that we continue to pay for the snacks. And then we have the in-kind services, because we're not going to have that transition for our students. It's still going to be in our schools. So for the student, they may not even notice the difference because they're still going to after-school care at the school like they've been going to after-school care at the school.
With the same people, and even with the snacks, it's reimbursable through the federal government, right?
So last thing, we have teachers that have children that I'm understanding have to go get their children, and they're bringing them back to school because they still have duties. I may not need to say it that, but will our students will these teachers be open? I mean, will they have an opportunity to place their children in the program for free?
Probably, I mean,
That would be something we would take under advisement
Yeah.
and get back to you with an answer.
Have to think about that.
I think I had possibly some very similar concerns and just some points that needed to clarify, but thank you. I'm not very familiar with Healthy Kids. I wanted to go back to the solution. My colleague mentioned, and you actually mentioned what the problem is. The parents are saying that even when you reduce the cost of the child care program is too high for families to afford. And so you guys are operating at an economies of scale savings. So can you talk me through, if there's no cost to us, how does it work exactly? And I needed clarity on but I think you just said 55 was the cost to the parents. So how does it work exactly now that the salaries, I guess, are being turned over because they're now your employees?
Right.
And so when we talked about that transition plan, this is really, you said there were about 3 transition plans, transition in the parents, the drip scale communication to the parents.
Yeah.
So now parents are knowing that this isn't a BCS program. This is a program being housed within BCS, and then the staff are reapplying and being rehired.
Yes.
Transitioning over from the BCS after-school care program to the Healthy Kids after-school care program. It would be a change in who pays them. They would still be working, hopefully, they would still be working in their school with their kids. The difference is who gives them their paycheck. We don't get, no.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Wilson?
Yeah, and that was my question, Mary. The employees who are now working in after school, these are part-time employees? Okay, that was a question. So will they have an opportunity for full-time employment moving over to this private company? Or will they continue to be part-time employees? Part-time employees don't have health insurance and.
Yeah, for the most part, it would be the same. I mean, it would just be them moving over to us. So generally, the program is 2:30 to 6, sometimes it's 3 to 6. That would be the hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
Most
And
of these
typically,
are
they have teachers who work during the day and they work the
Right.
after-school care program afterwards.
Yeah,
In the
these are
same building.
stipends. They receive the stipends for
Yeah.
after-school care.
Or they're the long-term subs. They're usually always in the building, the people who do this. Ms. Williams?
Thank you. I felt like a kid over here learning this. I don't think I was clear in the beginning, but I've certainly gathered some clarity now. The question I have is, the current employees, are you all guaranteed to rehire them?
It is our strong preference to rehire as many as will come over. For us, consistency is key. If we can have them all, we would take them all.
Are you all prepared to hire all of them?
We are prepared to hire all of them.
Are there any circumstances where you have not hired individuals from the other districts that you've worked with, where you have not hired individuals transferring over?
If the district says, you know what, you might want to pass on this person, but other than that.
Oh, so you put it on the district, okay.
We certainly want to partner with the district just to make sure that we don't, we want to make sure they're comfortable with all the moves that we make.
Yes.
I mean, again, for us being a responsible partner, we don't want to make a move without the district saying,
Right.
okay. I'm
Right.
just going to be honest with you.
No, I understand that. And I think I should have started with saying thank you for the presentation too. And so now I'm curious about, from an academic standpoint, are we transferring any like academia over to, so what does a typical day look like for Healthy Kids or students participating in your after-school care program with Healthy Kids versus what we see right now?
It's going to be very similar. Right now, they start with homework help, they have the enrichment activities, they have the snack time. So it's going to be the same type setup with the schedule. Every school right now, every after-school care program has a schedule that they follow, where they pick up the kids, they do homework help, they do snack, they do enrichment. So it'll be the same structured program. And the materials and things, the students will still have their devices. They'll still be able to use iReady or other devices, other platforms through Clever on their devices. So they'll still have access to BCS curriculum as well after school.
Got it. Thank you. And the last question I have is, I mean, I know this is not monetary cost to the district, but I feel like this is a really, really important partnership that we will be establishing. And I'm sure you all have felt the same way working with other districts across the country. I'm just curious as to whether or not, like, internally, the district thought about if we should be doing an RFP for someone to acquire this particular contract with us. Because, I mean, it's not really a contract, but it's a partnership, so I don't know if we.
Yeah, because it's not a
It's not
cost
even- yeah.
amount, we did not.
Yeah. It's not a cost to us. We're just transferring the responsibility of the after-school care program to the third-party entity, and that's what the MOU is going to be tied to.
So, and this is no indictment to you all being here. I'm happy you're here, and I'm sure we could ask you the questions, but I'm just curious how we landed with Healthy Faith. And I don't know any other.
We
any
vetted
other-
a lot of different programs, because coming out of ESSER, we had a lot of conversations about after-school care, and as I indicated earlier, this has been an issue going back since 2016, roughly. And so coming out of ESSER kind of accelerated the process for us having to get to a place where we had to make a decision about how we could provide after-school care programming to our students in a meaningful way, but also be fiscally responsible as a district. And so we vetted quite a few different programs and looked at a whole lot of different options for providing after-school care service before landing on them. And they do come with a lot of very, very positive recommendations, and they work with a lot of different school systems doing this. So it's been about a year or so, ever since we came off ESSER, of going through vetting, trying to find the right partner to take this on, because one of the things that we did not want to compromise was quality. We wanted to make sure that we had a program that had been around a while and that had the same quality or greater than the quality of programming that we have now.
Thank you. I mean, at the end of the day, I can appreciate that we are, being strategic about this and trying to offer something that's going to be essentially equitable across the board, in terms of even the employees may feel better about working under such, I guess, instructions where you're very clear and concise on, what they're looking for. And I like when you talked about the communication piece, because that is important to parents and the community and anyone else that's involved in it. So thank you. Thanks for answering our question.
Ms. Bowen?
Yeah, I'm definitely a big fan of after-school care, and I was pushing the district to consider, finding monies that after the ESSER funds ended, to figure out a way to do this. First of all, I'm really thinking we ought to do this in every school, first. And secondly, I don't know that everybody understands the DHR reimbursement piece, and y'all haven't talked about that. And it is a pretty cumbersome process. And, y'all said to me, oh, DHR will pick it up. I'm like, wow. Our families had a hard time with that. And then I know that also that the Housing Authority started putting after-school care, I'm not sure it was real care, but in some of the community centers, right? And so what happens with that?
Well, I was going to say, as far as the DHR part, you guys have been doing this across the nation, so you could really be able to help walk our parents through that process. I mean, you guys are experts at that. And then as far as the, this would not be, if parents chose to continue to have their children in the, whether it be Girls Inc., whether it be any other YMCA, A.G. Gaston Boys Girls Club, they still have that option. This is just another option for our parents who want to keep their children in the school and have after-school care at the local school level.
I do have, sorry, Mr.
But, and what about the Housing Authority? I mean.
Yeah, the parents still want, that's the
to
parents'
do
choice.
that. I see, okay.
Ms. Williams and Mr. Wilson?
Thank you. I'm going back to the cost now. So it's $55 for families who decide to participate in after-school care program. Right. DHR, for those families who are a part of Department of Human Resources, they
apply through DHR, and DHR would pay. There's a subsidy, there's an application, the current coordinator is filling out the paperwork. Now, it is a tedious process because there are regulations, there are site regulations, site evaluations. DHR has a checklist of, it's a lot.
But it's income-based for those families that do qualify through
Yes.
DHR. So my question is, for those families who do not qualify through DHR and they would like for their child to participate in after-school care program, what is that cost to that parent?
That would be the base cost, 55 for the first child, that's per the week, for the week. And then there are multi-child, it goes, I don't want to misquote, 35, 25. It goes down for multiple children.
Okay.
There are multi-children discounts.
Okay,
I have
so-
to check with Ms. Ball with that.
Got it.
Mr. Wilson?
As a grandparent whose oldest grandson takes advantage of after-school care, and knee baby who's soon be in aftercare, I just wanted clarity on the snack situation. Because my grandbabies love their snacks. Are we reimbursing them or are we providing?
We provide the snacks. And
I hate to hear that, because if we were
reimbursing.
reimbursing them, I was gonna demand that they brought the snacks and let us actually try them out. to
No,
make sure
the
they
federal
were
government
high
reimburses us
quality.
for the snacks.
No, the site facilitators go to the CNP department, they actually have them ready to go, and they pick them up and take them to the location where after-school care is held at the schools.
Miss Harvey?
Last question for me. I know that the Edie, you are a Mississippi native. What are the positions exactly? So I'm just wondering, like, who's in charge when the parent has questions? I imagine you have your after-school care provider or teacher. I don't know what the positions are exactly. So who's in charge at each site if the ED is somewhere else?
Turn it back on, turn it back on.
I'm sorry about that. Good evening. So to answer that question, ideally it would be myself. I'm going to be accessible and available to any of the parents, whether that's any of the stakeholders, actually, that's teachers, as host principals, whomever. I will actually make sure that I'm available to be able to assist. Now, mind you, I'm one person, of course, that I won't be able to answer all questions, concerns, so that's why we're going to actually implement having an assistant, an associate executive director. So hopefully one of those staff members that will be coming on board that may be serving a capacity of a program coordinator currently could be promoted into that position. I mean, we don't want to overlook and just hire externally when we have qualified candidates that are here. And that would put them, I think one of you all had asked a question about, would it remain part-time or would that be a benefit for full-time? At that point, that person would be moved into a full-time position. So we are looking for an AED, someone that would be more local, that would be able to assist and address any concerns, questions that may be needed that they cannot get in touch with me. And then, of course, we would have them where it's transitioning from the name of program coordinators, I think is what you all have them titled as, and it may be regional directors or multi-site directors. So that way that we will have someone on site that would be able to answer or address concerns from all of those key stakeholders.
Well, I concur with Mr. Wilson, not on the snacks, but on the fact that you're looking at one of your first customers. And so I can tell everyone about how the program works. And the only thing I will say is that they always draw their money. And it pops up on my phone, and I get and I have multiple children. So both of my twins are in the program. And so, yes, I'm looking forward to it, and just excited about, after school is very important, as Mary said, and I just wish, there's, again, in the news, there's a lot being said about after school on a national, federal level, and so I think we were in a cloud of perfection during ESSER, and, across the country, if you Google that, you'll see a lot of people outcrying. I'm pretty sure you guys were happy to see it go away for your business model, but, there were a lot of parents who took advantage of that opportunity. And so, but looking forward to working with you all, potentially. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Chapman, don't leave. You still have one more.
Okay, so my last item is item P, Curriculum Associates. I have Ms. Jenny Scott here. The recommendations to approve, this is a renewal, and this again is an RFP that we did put out for our platform. So this is a renewal for Curriculum Associates for the iReady platform, and it does come with the Teacher Toolbox piece, professional development, and partner services for grades K through 8. It does cover all of our schools, K through 8, and our STCs, which we have to serve. And Jenny will go through the presentation.
All right, thank you and welcome. Okay, so I am very new to the Curriculum Associates team, but I'm going to get through this and be able to share exactly what we've done with Birmingham City for the past couple of years, but do know that I just
Jenny,
started.
But you're not new to presenting to Birmingham City Schools because you presented many, many times with Power Schools.
Yes. I was going to say, I may look familiar with the Power School, but I have a different color hair now, so that does change things. So over the past couple of years, Curriculum Associates has been partnering with Birmingham City Schools to support education through iReady. And I just want to talk about the 3 key points that iReady platform supports you with through the assessments, through learning, and through ongoing support. So those are the 3 key pillars that we have up on the slide. And basically the assessment starts with 3 diagnostic assessments that are given throughout the year with a pre-test at the beginning of the year, middle of the year, and then an end of the year benchmark. And the data that comes from that provides a pathway for all of your students, and that is called the personalized instruction. And so with that piece of the program, the students are set at a level of how they scored on their diagnostic assessment. And so from there, the students will engage in student lessons and game-based learning paths. And then through the toolbox that Dr. Chapman was talking about, they will have access to instructional materials that will help fill the gaps, accelerate the growth, provide scaffolding instruction, and challenge their higher level learners. And currently, Birmingham City is using this to group students for intervention, help them support with MTSS and IEPs. It also helps for the data that needs to go into the Literacy Act and the Numeracy Act. So every day, the teachers are using this platform to fidelity. All right, and so I just want to make sure that you know that Birmingham City is not alone in this adventure. We've got about 13.5 million students that we service nationwide. And in the state of Alabama, we are in 91% of the Alabama public school districts and charter schools. We are also in over half of the Council of Great City Schools, which serves large urban school districts like Birmingham City. And it's very important to note that we are not only a criterion reference program, but we also are normed, and we're the only assessment that is highly correlated to the ACAP assessment, which is the state assessment. And this slide here is showing you the correlation for students for if they are on grade level, and that is the little blue bar at the top, and they are using iReady to fidelity. This is showing a correlation of how they will perform on the ACAP test. Okay, here we have a slide that is showing how Birmingham City has done over the past couple of years in reading, and then the next slide will be math. And this data is the 22-23 spring assessment, and then you're seeing it go to the 23-24 spring assessment, and then this past year's 24-25. And while you're looking at this data, we're looking at the green of greens. That's where we want our students to be. That is on grade level or above. The yellow bars are 1 grade level below, and then the red bars are 3 or more grade levels below. And if you look at the data closely, you can see that we are year over year increasing, so we are going in the correct path, growing our students in both reading and then in math. So the trajectory, even though it is slightly changing, it is still in the right direction. So, and just so you know that as a nation, students are starting to scale back a little bit, so Birmingham is continuing to grow. And then inside the folders that I provided earlier, there is a snapshot of some of the success that Birmingham City has had over the past couple years. And there was a recent study that was done of 8,000 school districts across 30 states, and that research found that Alabama is the only state where students' average mathematics proficiency exceeds pre-pandemic levels. And Birmingham City Schools was ranked first in the state of Alabama for math recovery. Yep. And 7th in the nation of this report.
Hold on, we need Demi, you can't just slide through that right there. Can you say that again, make it real slow, because I want to. I want to understand though, seriously, please.
You want me to reread it?
Yeah.
Okay.
By all means, please.
All right, okay. So a recent study of 8,000 school districts across 30 states found that Alabama is the only state where students' average mathematics proficiency exceeds pre-pandemic levels, and Birmingham City Schools is ranked first in the state for mathematics recovery. Yes, we had, let me.
And it was one more piece here.
Oh, yes, you were 7th in the nation. Yep. And so a lot of the success that you saw on the previous slide is due to not just the work that the district is using with ACAP, but it's also for all of the different pieces that are going on here in the district. So to take a little bit more into how Birmingham did better, in grade 3, they increased by 6.6% in their math proficiency, and then in 7th grade, it was 7.2% gains. Yeah, and that was based off of the ACAP for the 23 school year. The district focus has been on engagement and growth. It's been focusing on the strategic use of state and federal funds, and then increasing all of that with enrichment sessions, wraparound services, and community partnerships using high-intensity tutoring from local universities and other programs like Breakthrough, and yeah. So it's not just from iReady, but all of that work goes in together because a lot of the iReady platform and programs are able to feed into some of these other entities that you work with.
So a lot of those partners, a lot of like the DM groups and the others, they use our iReady data to track their progress. So they use, the data is used all over the district.
Yep, and we're already planning for next year's success. We've got Portia Roberts on the screen with Dr. Chapman, that they came out and created a vision party for 2025 and got all of the educators excited and ready for what next year is to bring. They're going to focus on increasing their typical and stretch growth for their students, and then spending more time in their personalized instruction to make sure that they meet the fidelity of the program that shows the increase to match up the ACAP assessment. All right, and then another key component, I will be really quick here. On the right side of your folder, when you open it up later tonight when you're bored with nothing else to do.
Take your time,
These are 3 new key features that are coming to the program at no additional cost. And so I just want to make sure that it's pointed out that there is a new student literacy report that is going to be available for for educators and for parents to be able to have all of this diagnostic data pulled into one report alongside of all of the literacy tasks for the Literacy and Numeracy Act. And also that the schools and teachers will be able to print these out and batch reports. So that's something that's a big deal because right now they've been having to go in one at a time and complete this, and so we'll be able to have some batch printing. The other key feature that's being added is our Evaluación Diagnóstica of de Lectura in Spanish. This is for kindergarten through 6th grade students. They will be assessing phonological awareness, vocabulary, phonics, and reading comprehension to students that have a primary language of Spanish but are learning English. And this is to help educators understand where that learning deficiency may come from, whether there is a true learning deficit or whether it's just a language barrier. And then last but not least, the iReady platform is going to get a makeover, or has a makeover, that's ready for back to school called iReady Pro. And this is for any 6th through 12th grader that takes the program. It's got a more mature user interface. A lot of the student feedback was that when they got a little bit older, they didn't like seeing the characters on their screen. They felt like maybe they were playing baby games. And so they didn't want others in the classroom to see them maybe on a lesson that did take them back maybe to 3rd grade. So they wanted a more mature look and feel. So we listened and we did that. We comprised about 700 more lessons are in there. along with additional data pieces for the students to really own their data. So when they have the data chats with their teachers at the end of the week or at the end of the lesson or the year, they are more inclined to know what the teacher is talking about and understanding where and why they are sitting where they are. And then looking forward to a continued partnership for the 25-26 school year, and this is the full team here to support.
Thank you very much.
Any questions?
You know, I whispered to Dr. Sullivan, I said, she didn't have to sell us on iReady. I mean, like, we could have mailed this one in. It was a done deal. We're gonna approve iReady, but I'm just so.
One other point that you glazed over, and I just would like for you to repeat it. You said compared to the nation is beginning to see plateaus, yet in Birmingham City Schools. Could you repeat that?
That you are increasing in the right direction. That's right.
Thank
yes.
you. Thank you. Thank you.
And that's all the work that you're doing, not just with iReady. So, congrats.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Moore, I'm going to ask him to come up as well as Mr. King, and we have a potential buyer for the old Riggin School. Mr. King, if you would come up.
All right, good evening again. Protocol already been established. This is to.
Your mic, you hit your mic. Okay.
1, 2, 1, 2. Test it. Oh, okay. Good evening. Protocol already been established. This is to sell the Riggins property, which is one of our surplus properties that has been on the market really since 2011. Block Global can give us more information on the price value and the appraised value and kind of who the buyer is as well.
Great. Good evening. Alabama Power is interested in purchasing the former Riggin School property. As Mr. Moore stated, it has been on the market since 2011. The appraised value of the property is $485,000. The offer is $450,000. It's located in the North Birmingham community next to the North Birmingham homes for those locals, Vice Hill housing community. So that's who's Alabama Power. Their intended use for the property is to extend an existing substation that's adjacent to the Riggin School property. As some of you all may know, it is located in the Superfund area. So it's been out there a while. At one point, the school district was years ago, thinking about demolishing the property because it was such little interest in the property. But Alabama Power is actually an ideal prospect, given the fact that they need to extend their substation. So this is really a good opportunity for them. Any questions?
Mr. Collins?
The numbers, I missed the numbers.
The appraised value was $485,000. The offer that we got it up to $450,000. If y'all want us to go higher, we can try.
Yeah, let's give it a try.
You can't, I don't know, man. We can't tell Alabama Power no. Is that possible? You don't tell. No, I'm just,
So, Marlon, I think it's important to indicate that they did come in much lower, and we negotiated all the way back up to that. So when you say that statement that you just made, I think we tried to get as high as we can.
I agree. I think that's a fair statement to elaborate on. So they did come in roughly at $350,000 initially because they started looking at all of the different expenses they would incur in purchasing the property, from the cleanup of the environmental issues and concerns, asbestos, et cetera. demolition, all of those things associated with the property, which comes along with, acquiring a property, but at the same time, it is a property that has been out there for quite some time that we receive very little, if any, interest in.
And I would say additionally, even in the negotiations, some of the shared expenses were going to go to us. And so as we continue to negotiate and took the price up, all of the expenses would be on Alabama Power in terms of demolishing and just taking the property over fully to extend that current substation that lives in that area as well.
So, sold. And if you know anything about that site and the environmental issues, I mean, nobody's purchasing anything over there. They already know. I mean, this is established. I mean, I know the people running the program over there.
That property is high-quality property, and we are, it is lakeside property.
As a former employee, they are the #1 property owner in the state of Alabama. If anybody in here thinks that they have not fully assessed their property, then we are all short-sighted. Yes, sold. I don't think there's any more questions. Thank you.
Give me that number again.
485, 450.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Mr.
Thank you all.
Mr. President, the final items are from Mrs. Attorney Cross, and it is tied to the Focus Act from the new law tied to the Focus Act. I see our media people are perked up in the back. All right, go ahead.
Okay, good evening.
Good evening.
We are recommending the revision to 3 of our policies relative to the Focus Act, which is the freeing of classrooms of unnecessary screens for safety. And the purpose of that is to reduce classroom distractions and improve online safety by limiting the usage of cellular devices or wireless devices in public schools during the instructional day. So we have 3 policies that we needed to revise to align to the Focus Act. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Ross for the very first one.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, good. Thank you. The very first policy is in reference to the Student Code of Conduct, the revision under the appendix for electronic device policy. I believe if you all have it, we will be changing those that are highlighted in yellow, be changing the wording that is highlighted in yellow. So the policy would read that the Birmingham City Schools policy on electronic devices is designed to ensure that the use of such devices does not interfere with teaching and learning during the school day. Here's the revision. Students may not use, operate, or display a wireless communication device during the instructional day in any school building, on school grounds, or on school transportation unless specifically permitted under limited exceptions. Additionally, a wireless communication device includes but not limited to, and we have added tablets, laptops, iPads, pagers. Dr. Sullivan don't think people use pagers anymore, but it's gaming devices. We also have added any other portable device that has the capability of exchanging voice, messaging, or any other data communication with another electronic device. So it would also include our Apple or smartwatches. Additionally, unless one of the exceptions listed below applies, wireless communication devices must be turned off and stored off the student's persons in a locker, car, or a similar storage location during the instructional day, which includes when school is open and in session, during class time, lunch transition between classes, and any non-instructional periods, and any other time students are required to do so by the Code of Conduct or school rules or are instructed to do so by school staff. Addition, students cannot use, operate, or possess a wireless communication device during the instructional day except under the following circumstances. The use, operation, and the possession of the device is specifically included in the student's IEP, 504 plan, or the IHP, which is the individualized health plan. The use, operation, or possession of the device is for educational or learning purposes under the supervision of school personnel, and the use, operation, or possession occurs during an emergency threatening the life or safety of a student of another person. We will also add wireless communication devices are strictly prohibited during any state mandated assessment or security exams, and any violation may result in disciplinary action under state and testing guidelines. We have also added that school officials may read, examine, or inspect the contents of any wireless communication device upon reasonable suspicion that the device contains evidence of violation of board policy, the code of conduct, or other schools' rules, provided that the nature and extent of such examination shall be reasonably related and limited to the suspected violation. Under 6, we also have added a student's possession, use, transfer of any electronic device during the school day or any other school event is at their own risk. We've included disciplinary actions in this code for the consequences for the violation of the policy. The first offense, the device will be confiscated, and the parent must come after school to retrieve the device. The second offense, a parent conference will be held. The student will complete an asynchronous course created by the Alabama State Department of Education, and counseling will also be offered to the student. Third offense, student will be assigned 1 day of ISS or in-school success, Saturday school or an after-school detention, and will be referred to the counselor. The fourth offense is 2 to 3 days of in-school success and a problem-solving team referral. The fifth offense is an out-of-school suspension varying from 1 to 3 days. And then the sixth offense would result in a Class 3 suspension, which would lead to a due process hearing. After each offense, after the first offense and each offense, the phone will be confiscated, and a parent must come to the school during a designated time set by the school administrator to retrieve the device.
And that was all three of them combined, correct?
No, that was the first.
Just the first one?
This is related to the code of conduct.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Yeah, we're ready for the second one.
Any questions, colleagues? We just want to wait? Okay, you continue. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll take the second one. It is the Internet Safety and Use Technology Policy. It was already in effect. The Focus Act required for us to add 5 additional bullets, which says limiting internet access by students to only age-appropriate subject matters and materials, providing specific procedures and other protections that prioritize the safety and security of students when using email, chat rooms, and other forms of direct electronic communication, prohibiting access by students to unlawfully obtain data or information, including hacking or other unlawful online activity by students, prohibiting access to websites, web applications, or software that exposes students to the disclosure, use, or dissemination of their personal information, and prohibiting students from accessing social media platforms unless expressly directed by a teacher for educational purposes. Those 5 items are found directly on page 5 of the Act, so you would see that there, we were required to add that. And then the last one is Policy 6.21, Electronic Communication Devices. The format is set up a little differently. It's pretty much the same thing that's coming out of that student code of conduct. It defines which items are considered wireless communication devices, and just to name a few, the tablet, laptop, pager, gaming device, those same things that were in the code. It as well explains what is considered in school, when school is open and in session, and that's during class time, lunch, transition between classes, and any non-instructional periods, and any other times students are required to do so by the code of conduct or other school rules or are instructed to do so by school staff. Any other times, the device should be turned off and stored off the person in a locker, car, or similar storage. So this same verbiage is pretty much in our code of conduct, so we wanted them to really be clear on exactly what the policy was, so they wouldn't have to go back and forth to the policy to know what they can and could not do. And again, we went through that where it is prohibited and when they can use it, if they have an IEP, 504 plan, if it's for educational and learning purposes, and during an emergency situation. And the other piece of the search is they can, if it's reasonable suspicion, they can search the phones. And that's it for the policy. It just aligns with the code of conduct.
Mr. Wilson.
Dr. Sullivan, I recall last year, our great governor had provided a couple of grants that a couple of our schools were privy to. How does that work? It was like lock cases for the cell phones?
Yeah, it's Yonder, and so we are piloting that at 4 schools: Woodlawn, Winona, IC Mitchell, and Jones Valley. And so we're going to pilot that process this year and kind of work the bugs out so when we roll it out next year, we can roll it out district-wide. But this is a pilot year for us.
I know this is going to be problematic. We know it's state law, nothing we can do about it. How do we get the message out system-wide to our parents that there is no other way around this? This is what we must do. We must follow the law as written by the state of Alabama.
So our communications department has been working on a communications plan. It starts with tonight after the board meeting. If the board approves it, we have a press release. We have Channel 13 here to do an interview after that. And then as part of the rollout of the Yonder process, we have been communicating that to our parents as well as a one-pager that's going to go out to parents as well. And then I am going to do a video and a call out tomorrow just updating parents on what the process is, what the law is, and what kids can and cannot do at school, and what the possible penalties are if they do bring or get caught with a phone during instructional hours.
And I would like to add, in the vein of that, before we move forward, is I remember last year when Mr. Daniels took over at JO, I went to his orientations. He invited me, and so I went and sat down on a couple of them, and he was very demonstrative about this is a transition year and the way that we operated last year. And I just hope that our principals, with all of the parent meetings, because to Mr. Wilson's point, and my concern is just the punitive responses, the residual impact on our students. We know, and the backlog that's going to cause. I mean, the older, the harder it's going to be for children who are just addicted to those devices. I mean, many of us, I thought it was very appropriate that somebody's phone went off. Literally, I said, that's so, God has jokes always. I think that we need to ensure that all of our principals, it almost needs to be on a video running on the loop in the, in the lobby of our schools, because I was at the State House and parents are going to because they've used it to contact their students throughout the day. They're communicating with their children throughout the day. And so I just think, again, to Mr. Wilson's point, this is a mandate. We have no options here. But my whole concern is around the over-informing of our parents and our students, specifically our high school students. And I just think, I remember how the mayor made a joke last year about our Ready Day One robocalls. And he posted on Facebook, if I get one more call from Birmingham City Schools, it needs to be on that level, because it's going to be that level of a backlog. I mean, it just is, and I think that we need to robocall, over-communicate this because, I mean, the data's good around it. I mean, I work with an organization who's done some data in other states. The data's really good around it, but before we get there, it's gonna be a lot of heartache. Ms. Williams, I think I saw your hand. Okay, Ms. Harville, okay.
I just wanted to reply, and I really wanted to commend the policy committee and also this committee here because a lot of this came up in committee, and we talked about not wanting to be punitive in our approach with implementing this. And so I do want you to just kind of take notice on page 168. We even talked about the physiological response that happens when you can't find a phone, when you first wake up and you grab a phone. And so we recognize that in students as well. And so you can see that counseling and support services on the front end when a child is seen with the phone to provide those types of services and coping mechanisms. And we even asked if we could have some assemblies at the very beginning of the year to just talk about the addiction, the use, and really walk students through their process, that it's going to be okay, that it is going to feel like a transition, that they'll probably want to reach for their phone throughout the day the same way that an adult would.
Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. President. I certainly have the same sentiments as my colleague, Ms. Harville. I was thinking, of course, processing the same thing. I'm also a couple other concerns, not so much about, I mean, of course, the policy, it is what it is because it's been passed down from the state, but just the district's ability to consistently implement what we have now put in black and white that is highlighted, because we don't want to have variances in how certain leaders actually carry out what the rule says versus others say. And then also, I feel like we should internally in the district sort of create, because I know this, our policy has at the discretion of teachers and leaders, and so I don't know in the beginning if there is an opportunity for students to actually have access to their devices if it's a certain time throughout the day. It could be 3 minutes, it could be 5 minutes, something that is transitional, because, and I see the leaders in here shaking their head no, because what I see happening on the flip side is we are going to have disciplinary problems. So I want to know, I want to know, but I hope that we are preparing for those disciplinary problems to exist. And I mean from a being able to handle those phone calls, being able to handle those students, responding in a way, because realistically, if any of us were asked to, leave our cell phones at home for a day, there's a lot of people not coming to work. No way, Dr. Sullivan, I don't believe it. You'll be thinking about how's my child doing. So I think there's a human side to, and this is where leadership gets tough, because we really have to think about the realities of what this look like. I have seen, and I have visited schools who are already implementing this, but they have ways that they approach it. And so I guess just in my talking, one of my questions would be, do we have alternative places for students to store their phones? And so for example, I've visited a school or multiple schools before where they have a no cell phone policy, but they have, ladies, we know, the shoe bags that we put on the back of our doors, and they allow every student to put their device in those bags. So at least it's visible, they can see it. I don't know what it means, but they do not have the type of disciplinary problems and challenges that we could potentially anticipate. And again, this could be a transition, something that we put in place before getting there. And if not, and I respect all the no's in the room. I see Dr. Drake looking at me like, girl, if you don't stop talking, like, no, that's not going to happen. I just know that we are going to have those challenges. And I know that, I mean, realistically, if I were a leader in the building and my students were behaving in a way because they did not have access to their devices, and I know that is solely the challenge that they're having, I can't tell you that I wouldn't try to figure out something to be amenable to them until we get into a place where it's completely understood. So I think all the things that we've talked about doing as a district, so the robocalls, love the idea of the assemblies, in the beginning. And I know we talk about the high school students being a problem, but elementary children have cell phones as well. And so what are we going to do to appease parents who have those concerns? We talked to legal here, like, you all are parents, you know what it feels like, or we don't want to know what it feels like to need to have access and you cannot. So I might be rambling, but I just think there's a way that we can kind of roll this out where, again, even if the phones are just visible, they can't turn them on, they can't do anything with them, but they know that they are there.
Well, I'll let Ms. Ross talk about the training for the principals around the consistency, but for us, I mean, the law went into effect July 1st, and the law was pretty clear that the phones have to be locked away in either the locker, a car, or some other locking device. And so we have to be in compliance with what the law is. Now, we can provide the supports for students around what that looks like, because and Mrs. Harville is correct, that conversation was very well thoroughly talked about providing those mental health services and supports for students, because we recognize that there's an addiction, not just to the devices, but also to the platforms that kids go to. I mean, they're on Facebook, TikTok, I mean, they're just, it's endless. And so we have to be cognizant of that, but we also have to be compliant with the law, because the law also has some penalties for schools if you're not in compliance with it. And so we want to make sure that we have consistency in implementation, but also at the same time supporting students through this transition period.
The law is the law, of course. I'm pretty sure we're working on a plan to implement it, but I do, of course, agree with the law. But my question is, and I'm pretty sure we're preparing for this, I think Board Member Williams had mentioned it, but the influx of calls to the front office that's going to be, that we're going to be receiving, do we know how that's going to look, and are we prepared for that? That's my question.
Well, the good thing is we're in a better position in a lot of places across the state, and I'm looking at Dr. Stevens over there, because the law has been implemented across the entire state of Alabama, so everybody is feeling that same pain. But for us, the board invested in a system where all of our phone calls are tracked and recorded. So as people are calling, we have a systematic way to return those phone calls, as opposed to some schools may not have that, and parents may be leaving messages and there's not a way to prompt the principal or the secretary to return that phone call. Doctor, you want to add anything to that?
And again, I just want to say, go ahead, Mr. Collins, you go ahead. I'm sorry.
So I think it's important to know, I mean, I understand the withdrawal that will happen with this, but it is the law, and I think every school system is, going to have to deal with this. It's not going to be unique to Birmingham, but, like I had to share with someone, earlier this week, is that the state sets what we do in schools, and so we have to follow suit. So I think I'm glad to know that we've gotten some supports built in to help our students, because that part of it is going to be real, and I'm glad that we have some things on the front end to I guess, so that our front offices won't be flooded with calls, that we have opportunity to respond back to parents. And the more we can get this out, and I think with the media, as well as us doing our own media, and our own pushing it out, it's going to be what it's going to be, So, but I'm thankful that we have a plan.
Go ahead, Ms. Williams.
Dr. Sullivan, I was going to ask, I know we are scheduled for strategic planning updates next week in the community. Could we slide that in, at least like a one slide that reminds and let the community know that this law is going into effect?
So, yes.
Okay.
We will have, once it's approved tonight, we will have a one-pager that will be available at these community meetings.
We also announce it as well, not just?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Yeah, I just was going to say, kind of echo what Mr. Collins said about, maybe Dr. Sullivan doing the cattle call, going around to all of the local, just having a sit-down conversation. I think just a fireside chat with people about the law, because as we do in Birmingham, people will take a little information and then go to social media, and now, somebody's posting Birmingham City Schools is you know, I mean, and I see that all the time, but, you know, we perish for a lack of knowledge, and I just want us to over-communicate it, and so, because it's going to be something, but it will be good in the end. I will say that I've heard 2 presentations. I met with a professor who did a study in Virginia, and they assessed everybody from students to staff to administrators, and I think he said it's about an 83% approval rating of this kind of policy. So academic outcomes go up, peer-to-peer relationship goes up, and so before we get there, there's going to be some heartaches. I don't know if you and Ms. Stewart, Dr. Sullivan, have already scheduled to go around to all our media friends and have those conversations. Wherever people are listening, you know, going to Chris Coleman and sitting down with him, because every space, every audience needs to hear this, because it's going to be a thing. Yeah, and I think we would be remiss if we don't prepare for that. But thank you all.
Mr. President, that concludes our presentations for tonight.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Sullivan. Okay. Colleagues, our upcoming meetings are on the 12th of August, which will be a board meeting, and a work session on the 26th of August. All right. This work session is now adjourned. We're going to go quickly into our special call board meeting. So if you just present it, y'all don't leave, because, you know, but hopefully we can be very, very brief. All right, welcome to the special call board meeting for July the 22nd, 2025. If you don't mind bowing your heads, I'll do our prayer, and then we'll stand quickly for our Pledge of Allegiance. We've already read our mission statement. Dear God, our Heavenly Father, we thank you for today. I thank you for more good news. I thank you the fact that we were able to hear from a remarkable young man, a student who's graduated, going on his way, and we pray for his success. Thank you for all of our staff and teachers and administrators, cabinet, central office, everyone, that we're being prepared to embark upon a new school year that will be our best year that we've ever experienced. I've prayed that prayer so many times, and each year we've continued to improve, and I just want to say thank you, God. I know it's not, Lord, just you, but it's our people, and they are working hard, and so I thank you for everybody that goes above and beyond, and I ask that you will continue to meet their needs for their families and for their lives as they pour so much into our children. In Jesus' name I pray, thank God, amen. If you don't mind standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, you all, we will now have the adoption of the agenda. It is recommended that the agenda of the July 22nd, 2025 board meeting be adopted as outlined. Dr. Sullivan, are there any additions or deletions?
Just want to make sure that everyone got the insert for the personnel, but there are no additions or deletions at this time.
Thank you, Dr. Sullivan. Colleagues, you have the recommendation. May I have a motion and someone to second?
Second.
Second. I let the record show that it was moved by Board Member Wilson and second by Board Member Sullivan. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposition? Well, thank you, colleagues. The agenda has been approved. So first up, we have the frontline education that Ms. Glover just presented to us earlier today. It is recommended that the board authorizes payment to frontline education in the amount of $87,000, thank you, $113.63. May I have someone to move and second the item?
The item?
Second.
The record show was moved by Board Member Wilson and second by Board Member Williams. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Next, we have the, let's see here, okay. The revisions to Appendix, that 11, thank you, not 6. My Roman numerals is a little rusty. The electronic device policy, second reading by Ms. Amanda Cross. The recommendation is to approve the revisions to Appendix 11, electronic device policy of the student code. May I have someone to move and second?
Move the item.
Let the record show is moved by Board Member Harville, second by Board Member Sullivan. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposition? All right. The revisions has been passed. Next, we have number 7. See what I did there? Revisions to policy 4.9, internet safety and use of technology policy, second reading by Ms. Amanda Cross. The recommendation is to revise policy 4.9, internet safety and use of technology policy. May I have someone to move in second?
So moved.
Let the record show was moved by Board Member Sullivan and second by Board Member Harville. All in favor, say aye. Aye. No, any opposition? All right, lastly, we have the revisions to policy 6:21, electronic communications device, second reading, Ms. Amanda Cross. May I have someone to move and second the item?
Move the item.
Second. The record show is moved by Board Member Williams and second by Board Member Sullivan. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposition? All right. The revision 6.21 has been approved. All right, colleagues, now we will entertain our donations. It is recommended that the donations be accepted by the prospective donors. May I have someone to move and second?
Second.
Let the record show that it was moved by Board Member Wilson and second by Board Member Sullivan. All in favor, say aye. Aye. No opposition. Lastly, we have our personnel actions. It is recommended that the personnel actions be approved. Colleagues, are there any items that need to be pulled from consideration?
Mr. President?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't think it's necessarily pulled from consideration, but I think we need maybe some clarification. Page 5, the first 2 items on page 5, item C, 83864, and the item under it, I think we just need some clarity on.
Okay. Well, if you're not going to pull them, we'll go ahead and move in second so that we can have a conversation.
I should pull it then.
You want to pull it then?
Yes, I need to pull them both.
All right. Let's, hold on one second, Ms. Williams.
Maybe this can be corrected without pulling. One can be pulled.
I know I don't think, can we have conversation without it being on the floor?
Oh, we don't need to have a conversation.
No. Well, she said that, but then she said it might need to be pulled. So I think we just pull it to be safe.
Can we move the item?
Yeah. I mean, let's just pull the items just to be safe. And give me those numbers again, Ms. Williams.
Page 5.
Yes, ma'am.
Item C, 83864. Item C, 83876.
C 83876.
Maybe we can just get clarity.
C, what was the other one? 8.
It's right below
83876.
The
First
first
2
one.
items on page 5.
Okay. All right. So, I mean, Ms. Attorney Parchman, I mean, can we discuss them without it being on the floor? That's what I thought. Okay. All right. So, and pull. Yeah, we'll just pull them.
And address those 2 now.
Mm-hmm.
Then you can make a motion to approve them all after the discussion.
I mean, it's just a formality. They're gonna, sounds like. So we will, colleagues, let us go ahead and approve the personnel actions, minus the 2 aforementioned on page 5. That was item C 83876, and.
Mr. President?
Yes, ma'am.
Could we I don't think we have to do it in that order. I think we could just find out what this glitch is.
Yeah,
and then we can.
remove one from consideration, because it looks like it's a double. Is that not right?
Do you see
Well,
what
I'm
the
just-
challenge is?
I'm just asking, I mean, I don't mind. It's just if she said we can't discuss it without it being. We hadn't pulled them yet, though.
Can I, but before we go into that, I can ask Dr. Clasberry for clarification.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Dr. Clasberry.
Yes, sir.
I
Let
mean,
me clarify.
Yeah.
These are two different individuals. They're not typos, they are actually.
Oh, that's right,
two
it's a different name, it's an L and a V.
Yes,
Are they twins?
they are.
Okay. Oh, I just noticed that there's an L and a V.
Yeah, me too.
We just want to make sure.
I think I might go visit that school, see, they got twins working at the same school.
Yes, sir.
In the same school?
Same school.
Oh, God bless the principal's heart over there.
Mr. President, can we move the item?
I rescind those items, Mr. President. We don't need to pull those
Yes, ma'am.
numbers.
Yes, ma'am. Will someone move in second?
So move, please.
Let the record show that it was moved by Board Member Wilson and second by Board Member Harvey. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right, no opposition. I've already mentioned our upcoming meetings. Everyone have a good night. This meeting is now adjourned.
Mhm.